Okay. Something a little bit different for Deck Tech Day. We are trying to build a pod for Decked Out to be played on the show. Um, all of the decks are themed around Dr. Seuss characters. I believe we have the 4 commanders picked out, but we need to flesh the decks out. The one that we have fully done is Roxanne Starfall Savant as the Cat in the Hat. And that is because this is a deck that our friend Bells from Girls Play already had put together. And so she's going to be bringing that to play on the show. And so it also gives me a starting point to build 3 more decks that play well with this one. We went with Treebeard as the Lorax, so we can do a. I think I finished this deck off stream. It's Life Gain and Tree Folk. It's fairly straightforward, but I'm gonna have to tweak it a little bit probably because I built this just before the Lorwyn spoilers, so we'll take a look at it and update that. But yeah, Treebeard as the Lorax. I'm not sure if this is a good idea yet, but I think I really would like for this to happen. To do Arkelos as Yertle the Turtle. We've never done this commander on the show, and I think it's a really cool commander. It just has the potential to really stacks out the game. We're just gonna try not to build it that way. And then the veggie special, the weird one, is going to be this Grinch-themed Allura, Merry Thief, and Shameless Charlatan deck that I'm really struggling with because the cards don't work well together. But the flavor is so good, so we're gonna force it to happen. So I'm gonna start here. I'm just gonna explain what my line of thinking for this one, and then hopefully, chat, you can relight the spark because I'm just not sure if this is what I want. All right, so Allura makes a creature unblockable. One single creature per combat unblockable, but that creature is then returned to your hand at the end step. It's paired with Shameless Charlatan, which says that Allura can turn into other creatures by paying 3 mana. They don't really synergize at all, but Allura Merry Thief is a really good representation of the Grinch, and Shameless Charlatan is the Grinch putting on the Santa disguise. So I want this to work. This is my line of thinking. So I was like, okay, how does this work? Because like we're in mono blue. We get some unblockable. We get some bounce. We get some turn into other creatures. Well, I thought for one, we can transform into our opponent's stuff and then clone it. That's something. Kind of like, stealing our opponent's ideas. We can also take creatures that normally wouldn't be good or cannot attack, period. Swing with Allura and then transform into it at instant speed after it's already been declared as an attacker. That's something. It's also not great, but we can use stuff like Shifty Doppelganger, pretty much just Shifty Doppelganger to sneak a large creature into play and then transform into it with Allura. And then, yeah, Goblin Haven, you're one step ahead of me. Also, creatures that do stuff when they leave play. So, Anti-Calls of Vestige seems really nice. We put it on the board. We transform Allura into it. Then we also can swing it, hit somebody for 6, bounce it back to our hand. and get value out of it. And then I found a spot for personal favorite Wormfang Manta. We can we can put this into play and then transform Allura into it and then bounce Allura to take an extra turn and then replay Allura during the. It's not good. It's not good. Cecil, you're rounding on the problem with this deck, which is how the hell does it win? And I don't know. Yeah, Dowerport Mage. I like that. I just like, I don't know. This deck is also really nice with Training Grounds. You do not need to update the shop. I have updated the shop. Hello, Nerd Girl. We were just talking about how you were going to put on an orange bodysuit for the Lorax. Hey, dog boy. We were saying everybody was saying that they wanted you to play the Lorax apparently because of your set reviews, and I was like, well, the whole reason that I wanted Lorax in this pod was so that somebody could put on an orange morph suit and a terrible yellow mustache and just exist. And if if chat can convince you to do it, then sure. Hey, target player. Yes, we should be going all day long. It might. Well, I'm pretty much just gonna start bright and early in the morning until I burn out, or until I forget, or until I remember what work I'm supposed to be doing. So yes, we'll definitely be playing. It's such a yeah. I do need to also tell Nerd Girl to get me some Grinch stuff. I was looking at it. I really wanted a mask that looked similar to the Jim Carrey Grinch that actually allowed me, because they have them, but the mouth doesn't move, and I think that doesn't. I don't think I can have as much fun with that. I think you need to be able to see in my mouth. Oh, I forgot. I was meaning, because we just saw Z main character, and I was going to ask them if they knew how to do like makeup for it. But yeah. Uh-oh. Nerd Girl has set me. No. Whoa, Nerd Girl. What the heck? What kind of... This is what I meant. This is what I meant. I mean, like, you know, whatever you're gonna... I guess it's gonna be a real popular episode. But yeah, everybody's like, this one. Yeah, okay. The first one was for me. I mean, like, either way, I think that I think people would be interested. But yeah, if because this is what I was thinking, because I do think that I could deliver a very entertaining attempt at the Grinch. But I think that this is very easy for a silly Lorax bad cosplay. Yeah, and then we got to figure out we do have a Grinch in the pod. So, Cat in the Hat, Lorax, Yertle the Turtle, maybe, if I can build this not oppressively, and then Grinch. So I was telling everyone how This deck is a hot pile of garbage, but I really want to make it work because these go. Yes, I think I'm trying to remember when I swapped it, but useless. Yeah, not impressively. I don't know how to do it. I don't know if it's possible. But I talked to you about this like the other day. But yeah, Morska, I think, because one, we've done Morska before. Two, Morska is boring. And I think there was one other reason that I swapped it. But yeah. Yeah, we could do this as Gates. I don't think we've ever had a Gates win on the show. We've done there's been maybe one or two decks that were Gates decks, but yeah, that's the thing. It's like, so probably the better build for this is blue black. There are some good backgrounds for blue black that work, that like synergize with Allura, but I'm just like hyper fixated on the flavor win of this, of the commander that can steal Christmas and can disguise itself. Apparently Targ, so Laura Treebeard is Lorax, and Nerd Girl said that she's gonna cosplay the Lorax in this. So this is her words. She sent me this link. So that's the episode, you know. Sakashima student? Yes. Yeah, I think those are, it's a new link. It doesn't even have to be like this. Like I'm also fine for it to just be like green bodysuit, Santa hat. I just got to figure out. I do think I want to do something with this, because like if we got this in the budget, then send it. But I think the big one would be if I can figure out what to do about face. Because here, since we're here, this is the problem that I was having. Is, so I don't want the new Grinch. Boo. I want Jim Carrey Grinch, but all these masks, the mouth doesn't open. It doesn't look like the mouth opens. And I must express. I have to express myself using my mouth. Otherwise, you won't get the full Grinchy effect. And I don't, and that's where I'm at on this. Is I think I need to solve this problem. Dark or lime green? Oh, is this the other? I feel like he's more of a lime. Right? Yeah, he's more of a lime. I do know that it was an actual nightmare for Jim Carrey, and that he had to go through, like, he had to get like military training, like torture training, to be able to handle it. I'm just looking for something close, but it may just have to be like we go green, and then I might, like, my dream scenario is I've got I've got a mask or makeup that looks like this, but my mouth can move. Yeah, yep. See, this is exactly what we're looking for. This is for the Lorax. Yeah, see this. That's what I was like, I know this is super simple, very silly. And yeah. Can I get a Grinch mask, make some cuts? I might be able, that might work. That might work. If we got like one of these and then I just cut this out and then like paint it here. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot to ask them about it. Like Z would definitely. I I bet you that I bet you that the next time I see them, they'll just be like, "Oh, I've done this before." Like, "Oh, okay." Hi, Schultz. You mean the Lorax one, right? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this is the thing. I really want this to work. I'm going to try and make this deck work. But at the end of the day, it might just be too terrible, because the other thing is this is our baseline, and this is just like a pretty well tuned Roxanne deck. Like it's good stuff, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff, and there just might not be a world where Alora Shameless Charlatan can hold up. But I want it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I was thinking about for this. Yeah, I think it was just like the training grounds. I thought about making it a training grounds deck, because I love a good training grounds, and being able to swap for 1 mana at instant speed, a dream. But mono blue does not have a lot of good ways to find it. Oh yeah, I saw the suggestion for suspend as removal. I like that. Yeah, the only way to really tutor for training grounds in mono blue is Dizzy Spell. And I guess I could like tutor for Dizzy Spell, but then like we've taken like 5 game actions to get to our 1 mana enchantment while Roxanne has run us over. Whoa. Nerd Girl's spending the entire coffee budget on costumes. I guess the other I'll just play I'll play every deck. For this one, I will reshave my head. We'll do the Dana Carvey turtle from Master Disguise. Am I not turtle enough for the Turtle Club? Yeah. Yeah, there's like a lot of good like magic analogs for Dr. Seuss. But I'm pretty confident on at least 3 of these. We're definitely running Roxanne because that is the deck that Bells is bringing. This deck is built and I think is solid. As the Lorax. This one, I still am going to have to figure out how to make people not hate it. And then the Grinch will definitely be in it because I want to do it. But it just might end up, we might swap this to a black background. Yeah. What was so the other thoughts that I had for this maybe I thought there could be since Alora is able to copy stuff, this could be like a weird like group hug kind of thing, which I guess like starts to break this flavor idea because if I encourage my opponents to put big things onto the board, then I can copy them for cheap. Oh, I forgot about Tycho. That's a good idea. So here, we should be able to bring that up here, right? I forgot about Tycho because we Airball had said, "Oh, it's a shame that Ninja Turtles won't be out by then because that would make this a lot easier." Creature you control leaves the battlefield. If it didn't die, scry 1 and put a counter on Tycho. And then when it attacks, you can pay 1. Target creature can't be blocked. It does like, it does read really close to Alora. Oh, Randy, you're doing Edgar Markov? That's going to be sick. Can't wait to see it. The other thing, because like, if we're putting together a pod like this, I generally would like for all colors to be represented in one way. I think was one of the driving factors for picking Arkelos, other than me also liking this guy. But if we swap the Grinch to a black background and I give up on this pipe dream of a deck, then this does not have any restrictions at all, because then we've covered everything, right? Red, green, white, black, blue, and then I don't have to do Yordle. Yeah, I probably just have to. I'd also have to, like, I have to get these decks done. Wait, we have to do Yordle? Okay. Yeah, okay, we can do that. Maybe I'm missing, like... Oh, all right, then we'll definitely do Yordle. Oh no, do we want to give Airball Arkelos the dirtliest commander? No. It'll be a good challenge. I guess we could do Gorex. Feels less Yordly, but and I'm not doing Pride of the Hulklade again. And Yodaro does not function. like it's a vanilla 8/8. If we were to do that. Kogla and Yodaro. But we already have a Gruul deck. Yeah, Yertle the zombie turtle. I think we can do Arcalos. I think we can make it work. I considered also like a weird I might try and do like Arcalos Monarch, since the Yertle the turtle story is about Yertle being like the king of the turtles and then being a jerk, and they're like, you're not the king anymore. But okay. All right, so then that locks for sure these. It locks all of these. Roxanne because it's Bells is bringing it. Lorax because cosplay and because I built the deck already. Yertle because Airball's favorite, and Grinch because I won it. So let's I'm giving up. I'm giving up on this. We'll do Alora. Background is right. What are the backgrounds? I do think we want this to be a black background. Oh, how are we gonna stop them from just hitting Alora? I mean, like, we'll figure it out. So one of these puts a counter. Yeah. Agent Shadow Thieves. Seems like I think that when I was looking at it, this was the one that I was like, okay, this seems to synergize the best, because then you can swing Alora for free, since it gets a counter and Death Touch and Indestructible. The counters then start to stack up on it, so it doesn't just get shot. I was just like, boring, but fine. It's stealing. Could do Garland for the Grinch. Yeah, but I feel the Allura is just like I'm not gonna give up if I'm gonna give up on exactly the flavor that I want. I want to at least keep the fact, like, you can't get much more perfect than a card named Merry Thief for the Grinch. But yeah, all right. So let's see. Iron Throne. So this would put us into like artifact creature. I don't think this is what we're looking for. Like Shadow Thieves would be front runner. Menace plus X plus O. Creatures in graveyard. Means that we hit hard, but like then it's Allura that has to swing. I don't want to look at we can do green, yeah. But I don't think any of the green ones are particularly good. Like, not for Allura. Yeah, we need creatures to die for Cloakwood Hermit. Outlander. This is a little funky because we have to attack with multiple creatures, and that means Allura is not unblockabling somebody. Okay, this is Nurgle is having me check over thing 1 and thing 2. I don't know what that will be for, but I'm here for it. Cat in the Hat. Generic turtle. Lorax. Grinch. Nerd Girl's thumbnail clickbait outfit. And and then we have other stuff. I will say it'd be very funny if it was me, I was just sitting down the whole time, and then for some reason I just stand up at the table and it's just like whoosh. All right. Yeah, this is gonna be Shadow Thieves. All right. I mean, like, this is a much easier build. So now this is like Dimir kind of combat-y stuff. We're sending Allura, we're unblockabling something. So we want little creatures that either have that are like good to recast or have good combat damage triggers or both. Yeah, we could do ninjas. I feel like we've done ninjas like a handful of times, like weirdly more than other ones. But also, it's pretty good for ninjas. It's pretty good for ninjas. That's a good line. The Grinch goes where the blood flows. Dog boy, no. We can't change this. I already sacrificed exactly what I wanted for this because I can't build it fast enough. I gotta keep Allura. Also, because I don't know whenever we would ever play this commander otherwise. This card is bad. If I wasn't doing this as ninjas, what would I do? Because I think this is gonna end up being ninjas. I think it's gonna end up being ninjas. Like it just works well. It does feel like there should be some theft, yeah. Is it not a theft deck? I mean, like, it probably is a theft deck, but at that point, like, I want there to be a reason for you to cast the commanders. Yeah. We'll start with, I think, some stuff that, like, is generally good for it. And then, I mean, like, it's just ninjas, right? What else would I do here? Goblin Lackey type effects. Yeah, I do think oh, Gonti, I like that idea. Actually, both of the Gontis are pretty good, because this one is nice for us to recast. And this one cares about us doing damage to opponents. Tax is not blocked. You can deal control of an artifact. Yeah, sure. What's the Oracle text on this? Oh yeah, Tiny Bones. I like that. When this creature attacks and isn't blocked, you may gain control of target, and then it assigns no combat damage. That's ideal. Love that. All right, we want Trinket Thief? No. We want the other one. We want the Pickpocket, right? Yeah. Yeah, so you have to tell us now the story about how you won a Pro Tour with Kukemsa Pirates or something. Okay. Oh yeah, Rev for sure. This seems like a hard one to search for. Does anybody know what Rev's title is? Tithe something, weirdly, right? Tithe Extractor. Yeah. Ooh, you know what? Azula, this is the Demir one? This seems fun. So if we can play her, hits a creature, and a non-land from graveyard, stuff that you can cast on your turn, and then you unblockable her, get Firebending 2, returns to hand, do it again. Yeah, I guess this is now starting to cast a lot of stuff from exile. Is that what we... Because you're thinking, Hoarding Broodlord, which is an awesome card. I'm going to move this to the sideboard to consider later. Like, card's fine. Card is fine for this deck. Hey, King Cow, yeah, Glenelendra is kind of toxic. It's funny. I was like, oh, did I put that video out already? No, it's I think it's queued up. I just recorded a short on the new Glenelendra fairy and saying how it's kind of toxic, but it has not gone up yet. Yeah, poor Tasha. I feel like I don't know if Tasha's ever done well on the show. But it's been a while since I think we've played her, so how about let's see. I do think we want the Baleful Strix because card is good. And like, what are a handful of ninjas that we do want for this? She had a good showing in Halloween. Oh, yeah. Did you win that one, though? And Dogboy, I did finish the pre-con upgrades. And we played with them. So that should be coming out this month. Phage. I mean, like, Phage is power crept at this point, right? We just do, what's its face? Oh, actually, that's very good. It's summon Odin. That's great. So now with Primal Odin, we can go ETB, destroy a creature. Oh my god. ETB, destroy a creature, then swing it unblockable, player loses game, bounce back to hand. Okay, now we're talking. Oh yeah, definitely Sakashima student. Deep Hours is fine. It just draws a card. I think it's better if you like just need ninjas. I think my head is like slightly too big. I need to let me and I don't mean that like ego wise because I'd never admit it. How do I feel about Ether Vial? I think it's fine. We need the ones that steal stuff from people. Silent Blade Oni, Fallen Shinobi. Duh. Yeah. Steal stuff off the top of their library and steal stuff from their hand. Ink Eyes, yes. There we go. Key to the Vault. Key to the Vault does... Key to the Vault's fine. Because we are guaranteed to hit with it. I'm going to put that in sideboard to take a look at after we've done it. I think this would be the same for Buster Sword. I think what makes it a little rough is the fact that we're bouncing these creatures. Intellect Devourer, Dream Thief Bandana. Let's see. Is the Intellect Devourer the 4-drop one? Because this one is like an ETB, right? Okay, yeah, I can be on board with that. And then Dream Thief is the super cheap equipment, right? It's like 1 or 2 mana. Yeah, and then we equipping this for 1. That's great. Grima. Yeah, the rare one, right? I don't remember. It must be the one that's $8, right? Yeah, because it exiles until you hit an instant sorcery. That's fun. No, not foil. Gonna do Thousand Face Shadow as another ninja that I think will work well here. Oh, and Nashi. Nashi also takes opponent stuff. This is this one. Nashi, Moonsage Scion, yeah. Memory Vampire. I don't know this card. Memory Vampire. Deals combat damage to a player. Any number of target players mill that many cards. Collect evidence 9. Cast target non-land from defending graveyard without paying its cost. This is cool. It's just like... I think this deck wants cheap lil guys more. Spawning Kraken? I don't... What are you? Oh, it's this. Right. This thing is $24. This is Mind's Dilation deck. I mean, Mind's Dilation is great for... It is a very entertaining card. I think I'm willing to run it here. But yeah, I think we won't have enough of those. Yeah. Thada. I feel like we've had Thada in a bunch of decks recently, and she's never shown up. So I'm down. Yeah, the Stealer of Soul Rings. Implode, you doing okay over there? The audience. Yeah. It'll be for like casual Commander players should be able to follow along what we're doing. We almost always build bracket 2 because game changers are good. People know that they're good. They cut diversity down on decks. So, Earwig Squad. This is fairies, right? No, it's goblins. Goblins with a prowl. I don't know this card. Prowl cost was paid. Search opponents for 3 cards exile. That's funny. This is very funny. If it let you cast them in any way, I would keep it. Oh, the Thief of Sanity is good here. Because it's also good for the ninjas that we're playing. Oh, I should do like also the like Throat Slitter. Because that's a good ninja. Get rid of board wipes. I'm not that concerned. We're in blue. We just go no to board wipes. Oh, Transcendent Dragon is like the better Draining Welk, right? It was in like the Tarkir precons. Transcendent Dragon, yeah. So we ended up swapping the background to Agent of Shadow Thieves. So we're doing Demir Steal Your Stuff. Oh, Thieving Skydiver. That's also good here. Steal stuff, and then bounce back to hand. Sigil of Sleep. Sigil of Sleep, I think, is kind of rough here, right? Because we wanted to put it on something that can get in, but the things that we want to get in are either getting bounced with Allura or are getting ninja'd. I mean, I guess we could just not do that, but... Right? Yeah. I think I'd rather this be like the ninja that does that. Oh yeah, we could actually get some use out of the Quantum Riddlers that that Airball ordered and didn't play for standard. Oh, there's this one. This was a newer one, right? Yeah, Arachi's Soul Reaver is also a ninja and also steals our opponent's stuff and rewards us for hitting opponents. Do you know that all the Swedish naval ships have barcodes on them? That way, when they come into port, they can Scandinavian. Yeah, I approve. I approve. Oh, you know what's Baron? Which Baron is this? I think this is Archmage. Yes, ETB, bounce something, and end step. If a permanent was put into your hand from the battlefield, draw a card. Some nice synergy with Allura, and also is a decent target to bounce its to use Allura's ability on. Cunning Rhetoric. I want to say I don't like Cunning Rhetoric, but Hostage Taker I could be on board with. This is the enchantment, right? That when people attack you, you can, right? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah. I don't like this card. It's like, yeah, it does a job of like stealing opponents or cards, but it's reactive as opposed to proactive, which means sometimes it will just not do anything. It does what we want, but I think there's plenty of other stuff. Cloud of Fairies for ninjutsu. I think that's fine. I mean, we could also, like, at that point do Ornithopter. Oh, speaking of, we'll definitely do Ornithopter Paradise since we're in bad ramp colors. Ramirez. Which, do you know? It's Pillager. Pillager. This one is, let's see, this is enter, lose 2, make 2 treasures. I like that. Pirates deal combat damage to a player, exile top. You can cast for as long as it's exiled. Okay, this is pretty solid because it's like it helps to pay for itself. I would definitely want to maximize this. So, like, how many pirates are we running? I think we're actually in a decent number. Or I'm lying with the Kukemsa pirates. I'll move to sideboard and consider if the number of pirates that we have in the deck is enough by that point. It's reasonable on its own. Yeah. But I don't build for reasonable. Who do you think I am? MTG Nerd Girl, just putting good cards in deck and then winning with them instead of putting the perfect synergistic piece into deck and then losing. Oh, yeah. Hostage Shaker. Good old broken card on arrival. Do you all know the story of Hostage Taker? Why this card did not function correctly from day one? Fusey. Thieving Varmint. I think this card is bad. If I remember it correctly. It's just like, so it's a mana dork for, oh, I am remembering this card wrong. I was thinking it tapped for only 1 mana, and then I was like, I would just rather play a rock. But no, we will definitely run this. Good call. Because it does a lot of jobs here. 1, it's an attack deterrent. 2, if we need to gain life, we can unblockable it with Allura. And 3, pays, it's a very good mana dork for all the stuff we'll be casting. Coastal Piracy. I'm not worried about that. I would rather it be, because like our card advantage is going to be stealing our opponent's cards. But yeah. Here's your funky rules lore drop for the day. So Hostage Taker, this is the original printing. It is missing one word from the current printing. The text on this card is one single word different from the original printing in Ixalan. Because this one does not have the word another on it. So a hostage taker in its original printing could target itself and then just go infinite by itself. It would enter, it would exile itself until it leaves the battlefield, then returning to the battlefield, you target itself again, and so it was a one card infinite ETB, and that's kind of good. So I believe before it got released, or like immediately after, got errated to exile another target artifact or creature. Tycho is good here, but I think it's not good enough. Because like this, I remember this card being disappointing to me. Because we did just look at this, but yeah, it's like doing the same thing that our commander is doing, and it being a turtle. I think this is reason for me to not put it in this deck, just for flavor reasons. Don't want a turtle in the not turtle deck. Throw a Grim Hireling in here. We could use some good cards. I do have to remember that I'm building this a little punchier than usual because we are matching it to this Roxanne deck, which is running a single Game Changer. I'm not going to worry about it, but the card quality in this is a little bit higher than our average deck. But I'm not going to ask Bells to change it, I don't think. But I should be doing this. Keru Mind Eater. Yeah, Teiko is a ninja, but like it doesn't do the ninja thing. And the thing that we actually want is that bouncing effect. Combat damage to player, exile card. You can look at and play cards exiled with it. This doesn't mana fix, which I think is our problem. I don't mind this because the player makes the choice, and we don't have a way to make this happen a bunch. But that said, we'll consider. I just think Calidus. This I don't remember exactly how this works. You can have it enter as a copy of a creature on the battlefield, destroy the thing that with the same name. I will also consider this. Expensive. It's a little expensive. Virtue of Knowledge, that's the trigger doubler, right? Rob the Princess, that's I like that. That's good. Virtue of Knowledge. I mean, it's I think my general opinion on that and like Panharmonicon and all of that is like it's fine. There are not many decks that like would be unhappy to have it on the board. But we have like half combat stuff, half ETBs, so I'm not too worried about it. Oh, Hypnotic Siren. I like that. Because it's like a 1-drop, but then you can aura, right? I think it's like, yeah. Yeah, love that. Because especially we're fine to play it early, and then we can bounce it back with Allura or with Ninja to be able to do the bigger thing later. Maybe Court of Lochthwain. I think I might make this Monarch heavy. I think we definitely want the old hydroelectric specimen in this. That's a good one for ETB and then be able to bounce it back. Yeah, Blue Spirit's cool, but I think you've got the right call on that. We're not, if we were like super dedicated ninjutsu, then yeah. Wan Shitong. Probably. Do we want Wan Shitong here? I think it is. I think Wan Shitong is just like good card, but it doesn't. I don't think we'll have a problem needing a mana sink because our deck is going to be stealing a bunch of cards. Actually, that's it. Let me fill in some like staples. And then see how this deck is looking. Because we'll definitely want mana here. I think need to play Homeward Path. Ha! That's That's very interesting. You know what? I think it's a terrible idea. An awful, terrible idea. I think we definitely do that. That's very funny. That's very funny. What other staples am I running here? Oh, we need the enchantment removal. Do a Withering Torment and a Feed the Swarm. Boomerang basics. We have boomerang basics in the command zone. Yeah, same thing with for Biden. I don't think we need, because we'll be stealing a bunch of cards. We don't need that much card advantage for this deck. The Uzi. We're doing Demir, part ninja, part steel stuff. Grinch themed. Dare we Oppo agent? No. No, we won't Oppo agent. It's the Grinchiest. I mean, like, we can make this deck super miserable. I think the thing with Op Agent is it does not perform well on decked out, because usually the only searches that we're doing are fetch lands. We almost never tutor. So it will really only serve to be an unfun steal, as opposed to a like, ooh, gotcha, big play kind of thing. Smoke Bomb for the ninja theme. I think we don't have enough of a ninja theme for it to be worth it. Because we're only like light ninja. Rogues class. Oh, I do think Rogues class is good here, right? I think this is good here. I don't remember exactly what this card does. Creature deals combat damage to player. You exile face down. That's good, because we get in for free. Creatures have menace, and then you can play cards with Rogue's class. I don't know, because what this is Coastal Piracy, or, you know, Biden of Thassa for 2 mana, because we don't care about drawing our cards. This is 2 mana to steal an opponent's card every time. Like, I'm not worried about the upgrades. Like, this is going to build up a bunch of cards, and then when we need it, we level it up. I'm actually for this. Because, and also the thing is, you don't need, like, if you're only stealing bad cards, then you don't have to worry about it. But I think this allows for a lot later. Thieving tools. Yeah, I think we're okay on that. Smoke Bomb. Is Smoke Bomb the Assassin's Creed one? Maybe am I thinking the other thing? Maybe I'm thinking so. Yeah. This is the Assassin's Creed one. Smoke Shroud. That's okay. Yes. That's what I was thinking of. Smoke Bomb. All right, so let's think about this. Is this a deck that wants to hold up 3 mana to protect a creature? Because, like, the unblockable part is fine, but it's only going to happen 1 time. It's a fun counterspell. I don't know that this deck is doing that. I think we are pretty dedicated to spending our mana on our own turn. And we don't have a lot of targets that were like, we really need this to stay in play. Like, I think I'm okay with everything dying on this entire board except for Primal Odin. So, card's good. I think this is not the right deck for it, though. Or yeah, the it being Shroud as opposed to Hexproof is very funny. But I think it doesn't I think it goes against what this deck is going to play. Was this a Vorpal Sword deck? This might be a Vorpal Sword deck. Hmm. That seems like a good time. I mean, I don't know about ending a game quick. We have to pay 8 mana. I think so. So here's where building for the show ends up a little bit different from building like to go and play at your LGS. Vorpal Sword is a great card for content because it's scary. It does a big thing. Uh, the idea of it is very interesting, but it is definitely gated by the fact that we're not getting around that pay 8 mana uh, until like super late in the game. And at that point, we're fine for someone to die to this. That's cool. So like if I was building this deck to go out and play and I'm trying to I'm really building this thing to win, I'm probably not running this, but for decked out, I'm running this. A Dreamscape Artist. It's a very cute card, but I don't think we're that starved for ramp. Hey, Pyway, what's up? Um. Oh, you know what? Is Gossip's talent good here? Gossip's talent. I like this card because I previewed this card, but it might be good here. We don't really care about the surveil, but we get a little extra out of it because we're going to be ninjutsuing. The level 2 is relevant because Allure can only unblockable one thing. And then level 3, like, we have a lot of good things to blink after they hit. Yeah, I think this is a take a look at it after we've fleshed the deck out a little bit more. Oh, Right of the Moth. That card was a lot of fun in draft. Circuit Mender, the classic. Bounce value. Because it's gain life and draw a card. I think it's not doing enough for what we want. Enough little unblockable guys. I'm not worried about it because our commander make little unblockable guys. Oh, I kind of want a Kaido here. That's not how you spell that. So we could do the ninjutsu one. Do we care about this at all? Draw a card for each opponent who lost life this turn. That's pretty good. Creature you control does combat damage to a player. Put a counter on him. This one is whenever one or more creatures you control do combat damage to a player, you may return one of them to its owner's hand, which that's can activate loyalty abilities kind of twice this turn. So really it's just Satoru. I think we're probably not running that here just because we don't have a lot of things that we're not cheating big stuff in. Secret of Blend Bending. I'm not against that. What's the other Kaido do? Oh, this is the phase out one. Which of these Kaidos? This is cool because the Dancing Shadow one is cool because it's doing a very similar thing to our commander, but the payoff is not great. Because like we're just making something not attack or block twice or drawing cards, which we also don't care about. Does the Newt let us cast from cast opponent stuff? I thought it just flashbacked our stuff. Just as our stuff. Yeah. What was the Grinch one? Was Alora and Shameless Charlatan, because I really liked the flavor of that, but it's a terrible combination and could not hang in this pod. Ashling Extinguisher is a little tricky because it's a combat damage trigger with no evasion, so we'd have to Allura it, but then we return it to our hand, so it's just a glorified, like, 4 mana edict. I want Mistblade Shinobi for sure as like a really good cheap ninja. Yeah. Oh, we got Thousand Face Shadow in here. We're doing it. Hmm. I've never heard of the Blinch. I Is this something that I can look up right now and would not be problematic? Because it sounds very funny. We're at 44 cards. Hmm. Yeah, Grazilax is generically okay. It also allows us to swing our ninjas uh, without having to worry as much about being unblockable. I feel like I want a little more theft. I believe we do have the Soul Reaver in here. Yeah, we do. Zareth. I feel like I have not heard about that card for a minute. So this is like rogue ninjutsu. And also our commander's a rogue. I don't hate that. I think we have enough rogues to make that work. Yeah, I think this is a cool card. I think this fits here. I'm debating on if I can put an Agent of Treachery in this. Because we're not blinking it, which is usually when it's the most oppressive. But like we're casting it for 7, we steal something, and then we have the potential to then swing with it using the Laura, bounce it back to hand. I think that's pretty fine. I think that works pretty well here. Zeal and Gary. I think we'd end up with not many black pips on the board since our deck is about bouncing stuff back to our hand. Oops. Ooh, what about like the Primordials as like some bigger plays here? Right? So this is ETB, cast an instant sorcery from their graveyard, ETB, put a creature on from each player, and they are then things that can get in, and we can like bounce or ninjutsu if we wanted to try and get those effects again. Yeah. Because we have some of these other options. Maybe we go for the Memory Vampire since that was a cool suggestion. But like, is this? Hey, Red. Yeah. So Bulk Primordial is very good. Yeah. The Odin was one of the first things we added because this I think is very good here. I think this deck is not playing a lot of instant speed stuff. So I think the stuff like Transcendent Dragon, like Spelljacker, I think we're not. I think we're doing most of this stuff on our own turn. Because the more that you add things that you want to play on your turn, the more that you should lean in that direction. you don't want to hit a point where you feel like you're missing out either casting on your turn or holding up mana. And I think this is, even though we're in Dimir, I think this is still going to be doing a lot of stuff on our own turn. Yeah, Red, we're doing a Grinch-themed Allura, Merry Thief, and Agent in the Shadow Thieves. Oh yeah. Oh, we Rev was an early suggestion for this. All right, so we're still at like 48 cards. So what? Hmm. Yeah, Chaos Wand is fine, but like we have Chaos Wand on a body. Because we also want to be pretty creaturey with this deck, since our commander cares about doing stuff with creatures, since our ninjas want creatures to be on the board. Hey, Alec, man. Hmm. Halo Forager, that's not bad. And we're a little light on like earlier drops. Because like if we need it to be, it's just 3/1 flyer. And then it gives us the option to cast an instant or sorcery from an opponent's graveyard, or from a graveyard. Dimir Clue Maker from the zombie deck. I don't know that I know. Do you all know what card that is that Red's talking about? Oh, I know one that I think I have to do Cruel Claw's Heist here, because that's excellent flavor. We are stealing things, but we're also offering a gift. Ghost Vacuum. Ghost Vacuum. Yeah, we come out, we get to put a bunch of stuff back on the board later. I think I like Ghost Vacuum better in like deck not built for decked out, because you will like usually the graveyard hate is relevant for somebody, but in this pod it will be relevant for no one. Didn't the Grinch use one in the cartoon? Oh, okay, I see what you're going for. Like when he's going around stealing presents. Hmm. Eloise. What do you do? Creature dies, investigate. When you sack a token, surveil one. Eh. I would like to play this card. This seems fun. Twilight Sovereign. This is our deck tech day, since tomorrow is Lorwyn early access. And right now we're just working on decks that will be played on the show. But of course, if anybody does want to do a deck tech for your deck today, you know what to do. You just head to the Ko-fi link, get yourself set up there. All right. I think we do need some, like, a few more early plays. Like, we have rocks, but I also want some, like, some other creatures or like relevant things to put on the board early. Aether Drift Gonti. Oh yeah, we got that one. Hmm. Generic unblockable stuff. I think I'm just, like, not worried about the unblockable stuff. I'd rather have, like, little things that have utility. Does this deck have Arcane Theft? Um that's the Cypher one, right? Um it doesn't. I don't know. Let me see. Empress Galena. Heist. Oh, it's Arcane Heist, right? Empress Galena is. I don't know if I can do Empress Galena because that's repeatable commander theft. I mean, it probably just gets murdered immediately, but this deck has plenty of targets. This deck has plenty of targets. Okay, I think the Arcane Heist is pretty playable here, especially since Cypher, like, we have stuff that gets through pretty easy. That's I'm down with the Arcane Heist. Um Barking tiger, nice. I want some little creatures that like have some sort of evasion, but like do a thing that's relevant. You know? Yeah, the bounce does like we would not want it to be on a something on something that we're probably going to bounce. Brazen Borrow, yes, now we're getting closer. I'm looking specifically for 1 and 2 drops right now. Like so like the Cloud of Fairy suggestion, why would we not just do Ornithopter then? I don't know. Two-drop flyer from... Does anybody know what that card is? Oh, that's the owl, right? Now I'm fine if they kill this commander. Ethereum Terramander. Is this like MH3? Each other artifact you control. I mean, I think at this point I would just run Terramander, right? Yeah, I don't think either of these is particularly strong for us because we're not running a lot of artifacts or instants and sorceries. I know I'm being kind of picky right now. My brain is telling me there's like stuff that's exactly what I want. But I don't know what it is. Gingerbrute is fine. Gingerbrute is fine. It is Christmas themed. Oh, all right. Maybe you have me there. Maybe you have me there. Ooh, I was thinking about Dothy, because it's because it doesn't like super ruin anybody else's day. It does like sort of non-bow us because we are doing a lot of things that casts out of opponents' graveyards. Siren Storm Tamer, yeah, that's I think gonna be my default. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for, is some little stuff that's got utility. Mockingbird done. Mockingbird for sure. Also seems kind of grinchy to me. Ledger Shredder I try to avoid unless there's a lot of synergy with it because it is an annoying card for editing. It's also, like, I think it is for sure me that's playing this deck, but I also try to avoid those cards since a lot of times guests, if we're building the deck for them, don't get a ton of time Like I want to lighten the mental load for people coming onto the show so they can be their fun and interesting selves and not worry about tracking a bunch of triggers. I think this deck can run a Dothy. Wow, it's not even in the upper part of the Dothies. Not as bad as Nadu. Yeah, God. Did you, by the way, did you ever have to edit a Nadu episode for anybody? Ooh, Candlekeep is fine, I think, but I think ideally Allura is not the one that will be bouncing. Several, God, I'm so sorry. It's very lucky that is just not decked out material. We're not doing here. I think it actually made it onto like an episode or two in the 99, and it was not my choice. Yeah, I think I'd be playing Candlekeep Sage if there was some some other reason to play it, but I'd rather my draw just be like play the thing, draw the cards now, as opposed to some reactive like, oh, if you remove my commander, I'll get to draw a card kind of thing. Because I'm also just like not that worried about our commander. Like this is not an essential piece of the deck. Hey, Christmas. Yeah, I don't know that there's anything for two that we're tutoring for with Infiltrator. Ooh, so King Cal, you brought up an interesting. So you get a little bit more behind the scenes here, on decked out stuff. So let's look at Yuan T. Malison. I like this card. This card is very cool. Can't be blocked as long as it's attacking alone. Deals combat damage to a player. Venture into the dungeon. Um, this is pretty reasonable for this deck. But it features a game tracker. This card introduces Venture into the dungeon into the game. And for building for decked out, unless the deck is centered around these things, I try to avoid like including them. So stuff like Venture into the Dungeon or Day and Night or like Initiative. Uh Unless the card is either really good for the deck or the deck is built around those mechanics, then they will often get cut because it does just make it harder to follow what's happening in the game and is another thing to have to track. Like dungeons are cool and I'm totally they're good. Like I'm fine for them to be on decked out, but usually as like a theme. All right, we're at 54. So now I think, let me add a couple more like essentials in. We could definitely use a little bit more interaction. Like we probably just want like cheap and efficient kind of stuff. Definitely run a sing and a stupor here. Triarch. Oh, is that the one you were? Two on flyer. Enter from a graveyard. Draw 2. Lose 2 with unearth. It's sad that you can't unearth it and then Allura bounce it to your hand. Oh, yeah, Arenas is cool. I like Arenas. Oh, Weeping Angel. I don't... That could be really cool here. I don't remember exactly how this is worded, but I think this interacts in a fun way with what we want. So, yeah, flash first strike vigilance, and then if it would deal combat damage to a creature, you instead shuffle it into the library. So it's removal because you flash it in, block, shuffled away. But we can then bounce it back. That's great. I love that. I love that. Coveted Jewel. We'll do a Fel the Profane. Just like bread and butter, man. The goat. I don't think the goat's good here. If you're talking about like the new goat. What type of cards are we missing? I think we're just looking for some staples to like round this thing out. I think we're pretty low on interaction. So I'm just looking for some basics that don't require us to hold up a lot of mana or that synergize with the deck outside of what they do inherently. Two drop creature removal in black. 1 to 2 mana. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think we could use like 1 or 2 more. Oh yeah, we got Hostage Taker in here. Yeah, like what's a good board wipe for this? Good board wipe or 2. Yeah. Because like there's a couple wipes that like also then reanimate something for you. That might be fine for this. Boo, boo damnation. Sozin. That's a thought. Does this let's take a moment here because this might work the way that we want. So 6 mana destroy all creatures. Don't love that, but then we be mean to a person and steal some stuff from them. And then when we flip this, we get a creature that we can, if we need to, send back to our hand, and it steals stuff. Yeah, yeah. That's what we're talking about. Board wipe that synergizes with deck. And cool card. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, now I need like maybe one more board wipe that synergizes here. And then like some basic interaction, I think. I think this deck also this probably I think you run a propaganda here. Yeah, Toxic Deluge definitely generically the best. Would love if there's another one like Rise of Sozin that works here. Oh, what's the battle? Fiora? Because I also if you all know me, I love a good battle in Commander. So this is board wipe for legendary or non-legendary or both. Then we smack it because we can make our stuff unblockable. Flip it into Marchesa. Does this do stuff that we care about? Remove all counters from up to 1 permanent. If you haven't been dealt combat damage since your last turn, draw a card, lose a life. But then it has the same thing as Sozin, where it is a creature that we can then bounce back to our hand if we need to board wipe. Do we have anything that... Does the counter thing have any relevance? Because that's like the cool thing that this does. And I think the answer is no. Yeah. Villainous Wrath would be fine. I like, and the board wipe doesn't have to be a creature. It's just like that's the easy, cute interaction here since we're able to bounce creatures pretty readily. But also if it was like a board wipe that steals something, Necromantic Selection, yeah, that kind of thing. That's what I'm thinking. I think the Marchesa one is like, do I like this? Conscription is what you then exile all of those cards and you can cast them. Knowledge Exploitation, is that, I want to say that's a Prowl card. Yeah, search, play that without paying its mana cost. So here's a tricky one. I think this card is great for this deck. Does this cause big problems? Because like I don't want the game to just be, especially since it's me playing the deck, I know what's in all the other decks. That into like hit the Motherlode or Brass's Bounty is pretty hot. I just want to make sure it doesn't like automatically grab something that ruins the game. And I don't think that's the case. I think it just does like good stuff. Yeah, I like that. Cool. It's in. Yeah, we were thinking about that Kaido, but I don't know that we even care about what it does is the thing. It's like its setup synergizes, but the effects are like, eh. A shifting grift for like exchanges. That's a good idea. It's like, are there other exchanges that would be maybe better? Wrong turn? Nah, no, because we want to be able to. Wrong turn doesn't let us steal it, right? We just have to give it to somebody else that's not us. Yeah, I think we'll have enough ways to steal or to bounce stuff. Notorious Strong. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's not. What do you mean off topic? We just put that in the deck. That's on topic. We got Dowerport Mage in here. All right, let me see. Heartless Conscription, I think is a good board wipe. Or the other one that was mentioned, Necromantic Selection. Which one of those do I? Or do I care about this Marchesa? I think this is probably... I think this is too cute. I like the Necromantic Selection. Because then I also get to do the look at the camera and go, hey, so by the way, this can also steal commanders. And then everybody in the comments will yell at me that I'm wrong, even though it does. Blood money just makes treasures, right? I don't care about that. Oh, HD Shieldred Saga. Actually, that's pretty good, isn't it? Because this is removal when it enters. We can then send it and bounce it. It even has some evasion by itself. Only if an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. That's the thing, is I don't know if that is super relevant for us. But like, that is a thing that just kind of happens. And I like this as removal that is like creature based, that we can. Yeah. I'm on board for that. Also, cool card. The card is cool. All right, we're at 63 cards. Some of these are lands, but I'm gonna fill in the mana base now, and then we'll take a look and probably give it a test. Let me see. Are there other utility lands that I care about for this deck? Oh, the Dalek drone is like kill a thing and they lose life, right? Yeah, I like that. I think because then that allows me to not worry about having to use instant and sorcery slots. Okay. Mana base. Takenuma. Yeah. Realm of Ko. I like that. We're in a 2-color deck. I think we're likely to have a basic on the board. Does it mean we're running Creeping Tar Pit? Agademes. We do have a good number of cheap creatures. I think that's reasonable. Oh yeah, we want other unblockable lands, I think. Shizu Death Storehouse, Black Gate. Right, yeah, gives fear, and we can hit the player with the most life for free. Secret Tunnel! Secret Tunnel! Yes. You all understand. All right, let me just fill in more spots until you all think of more more utility lands. Let's see. Drowned Cat. Pluto Delta. We have Sync. Does this deserve an Otawara? Does this deserve an Otawara? Because Otawara and Boseiju are like two of the lands that I'm a little back and forth on for using for the show. Because that's such free removal. And too much removal makes her not an interesting game. You want players to have to be really choosy about. War Room? I don't think we need War Room. We got plenty of card velocity here. Dusk Mantle? Yeah, but I don't think I ever want to, like, I'd rather it be a colored mana for what it does. It's just like, that's not worth it to me. Here, let's just, because I assume most people will not know what this land is. So it taps for only colorless, but you can pay 2 mana to have a player mill a card. And I don't think that does enough in this deck. Not for it to be only producing colorless mana. Ject. I like. How do you spell Ject? That's a good thought. I like this. So it cares about getting through, and then it transforms itself before the ability, but it exiles and transforms, so it dodges getting bounced to hand. Yeah, I like that. And then we can use the other side and bounce it if we want to try and reuse it again. Love that. Love that. Minas Morgul, is that the shadow one? And it turns into a wraith. It's a tap land. And that ability is expensive, but it's permanent. Yeah, whatever. I'm down for it. Yeah, if it was colorless mana, I wouldn't run it, but I think it's pretty good here. You like Midgar, the one with the adventure? I think it's fine, but I don't think we have a ton of things that we're happy about sacrificing for this to be running it as a tap land. I think the card is pretty solid, but only if you have a like if you've got the things to sacrifice. I think we're pretty unhappy for aside from like rocks, and we don't even have a lot of those. Scavenging Grounds is fine, but we have nothing in the like. I think it's only hurting us. Because none of the decks have like none of the other decks in the pod care about their graveyards. So it ends up being useless, and we have some stuff that seals out of graveyards, so I think I'm okay with an Ursa's Cave here because this finds one of the lands to make things unblockable, or it finds Homeward Path, so we can do the silly thing. I'm trying to decide if I run a Dimir Aqueduct here. Because we have Baron cares about things getting bounced, but I think he's it. So are we okay with a tap land? Because I guess it bounces Takenuma. It's our split right now. More black by a little bit. There's like no oh, the Glasspool Mimic. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Since we have a bunch of MDFCs, we do run the Dimir Aqueduct then. Because that bounces all of those too. All right, and then if we add like 5 of these and like 6 of these, then we're done. Let's see what a hand looks like here. Mr. Super Bro Man, hey. I think that's a great idea. If some channel were to be doing upgraded versions of the precons as a game, then maybe you would see that card played in those upgraded decks. But that's just a guess for me. All right, playtest time. Move myself up. Okay. It's a slow hand, but we do have a turn 2 and turn 3 plays in the command zone. I'd give this a shot. I'm gonna rip the Dowerport Mage. That's pretty good. I'm just gonna play this as tap land on turn 1. And then turn 2, we can Dowerport Mage. Turn 3. Yeah. Super Brown Man. The episode has not come out yet. But it will be. I don't know that there's value to putting Allure on the board right now. We probably just Thada. Draw. Probably hit somebody with this. Steal a Soul Ring. Means we have 5 mana for the turn. And we have a lot of good options here. All right, great. That would be a successful game for this. This is very slow. All right, yeah, we take this. Draw, Swamp, Tiny Bones, draw, Tainted Isle. We can Varmint or we can Baleful Strix. Tiny Bones probably cannot steal anything on this turn. We don't have a good way to be stealing cards right now. So I think this is just Baleful Strix. We draw. Draw for turn. Play Takenuma. And now we have options. We can put Allura onto the board. We don't have the mana for Baron. Yeah, this is probably Allura. And then if we wanted to, we can bounce the Baleful Strix. Yeah, Nashi is in this deck. Draw. So this is our turn 4. Missing the land drop's a little rough. We can Mockingbird the Baleful Strix. We can bounce the Baleful Strix. This is still not a bad, like this. We had plenty of things to play here. I think I'd also keep this. Draw Delta for I don't know what's our best duel in this. It's probably just Watery Grave, right? I don't think we have a better choice than that. I won't think too hard about it. Turn 2, we can then drown Catacomb, Signet, or we could have Dothied. Draw. We don't have the Surveil land in here. Two, 3, 4. This is our turn 3. We can drop Intellect Devourer if we want, and we're able to bounce it on the next turn if we wanted to. We can Dothy and Rogues class. Dothy Rogue class seems pretty good. So this is turn 4. I feel pretty satisfied with this. Yeah, I think this will work. Hi, Nerd Girl. We've finished the Grinch. I feel pretty happy with this. Can then figure out how to build Arkelos not terrible. Also, I should probably eat food. Allura would bounce Quantum Riddler before warp happens, except for the problem that it has to be attacking, and it does not gain haste from warp. So unless we hasted it, it would never matter. Okay. I will be right back. I'm just going to grab a snack, and then we're going to figure out how to not make this deck miserable. And I think there's some fun stuff to be done with this. So I'll be right back. Should just be a minute. Okay. I realized I was a little bit hungrier than I thought. So I made something a little more substantial. Ooh, deck tech. Let me see what we got. Oh, King Cow. All right. Thank you so much. All you got to do, send me a deck list in the chat or on Ko-fi or in the share your deck channel in the Discord. Ooh, hoo, hoo. All right, let's see what we got. All right, let's see. Ooh, Queen Kayla. All right, let me do this. Okay, so King Cow, tell me a little bit about what you're looking for here. Because we can just like kind of vibe check. We can do a full overhaul. You know, if there's something that you feel like the deck is lacking or that you'd like to change, you know, there have been plenty of requests. But if you have specific thoughts on where you'd like to lean for this, let me know. Sometimes it's like people are changing the bracket that the deck is in. But yeah, this is a very cool commander. So you pay 4 mana and tap it, discard all the cards in your hand, draw that many, and then you choose an artifact or creature with mana value 1, 2, and 3 that you discarded to in this ability and put them onto the battlefield. You wanted to avoid stacks because you wanted to play it a bunch. Yeah. Takes a bit too long to get going and you get outvalued by green players doing green stuff. Yeah. Okay. That we can work with. So we'll take a look at the deck, go over the general build, and see if we can get the deck going before the green players, or at least at the same time. You want to double check on whether this is going to be viable if you switch to aggro. Oh, okay. Let's see what we got. Only Planeswalker is Duretti, which is nice because Queen Kayla is able to pitch those big juicy artifacts that we want and then bring one back that we can just immediately sacrifice to his ability to cheat the bigger ones in. Love that. Same thing with Welder. And then we have like Esper Sentinel's nice because you can actually bring that back with Queen Kayla. Some discard value, replay discarded stuff. Skrelv also nice to bring back with Queen Kayla. That's cool. Plan is to reanimate an artifact and twiddle it back and forth with Goblin Welder. Okay, yeah. I'm on board with this. Ooh, Oswald Fiddlebender. Oh yeah, even more like graveyard artifact synergy, sacrifice synergy. The squeeze, the squeeze is cute. Just comes back to your hand when you discard. Okay, and then we have some top end artifacts that we're cheating out with the welder or with the ready. Okay, yeah. I love a good surly badgersaur. I love a good surly badgersaur. But yeah, like Squee is a card that really makes me happy. It's just like it's a cool little ability. Um, you know, it's the original printing was Mercadian Masks, so like this card's been around for forever, and yeah, I love it. Okay, sorceries, yeah, yes, Planar Birth. I love good old card. I'm gonna skip ahead right now to look at your basic land count. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Okay. Reckless Handling is like a perfect tutor for this deck. So we're fine if we discard it by accident. Let's see. We're not. Yeah, we're in bracket 2. Graveyard stuff. Yeah, this is nice. You do need like 8 mana for this to do like the cute thing here. Because like the cool play is activate Queen Kayla, pitch your hand, do her thing, then play Change of Fortune, and be able to draw for all of that too. Let's see. Flashback board wipe. Oh yeah, and like Reconstruct History seems very strong here. Astrals! What's going on, buddy? Let's see, return all. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, some very solid 1-cost artifacts. This card, Peter Parker's Camera, you all don't understand how good this card is. It's so good. Move will be in June, July. Where are you moving? Wait, you're in Texas now? That's awesome. Wait, are you moving? Is it moving to Texas? Sick. I'm excited for you. Yeah, you all should be trying this card in your decks if it has anything to do with what you're doing. Because being able to put this on the board for 1 is nothing. The fact that it then copies activated or triggered abilities, very powerful. And if you need to use this more than 3 times, then like something has gone wrong. Like that's it. The card is really good. The card is really good. Bracers. That's a good call. Double Kayla activation. Let's see. A Monument to Endurance. You're gonna get all modes on that. Is Kayla instant speed? Or like you can do that on other players' turns, right? Activate only a sorcery. But yeah, Monument's still really good. Okay, yeah, and then more activation doubles. Okay. Wow. We Mindslaver looping here? In my bracket too? All right. I like where this deck is headed. So I think the my question before we start to tinker with this, you get it? Tinker with it, because that's what we're kind of like. Yeah. Anyway, do you have any restrictions on what you would add to this deck? That can be budget. That can be like that can be budget. That can be bracket. That can be because I think we're trying to stick to 2. Okay, so no stacks. I'm cool with that. Yeah. I'd love to go up to 3, but you don't think you can do it without stacks or hate bears. I think you can totally do it. Okay. Doing a quick check here. Thanks, Primitive Influx. That hot prime sub. Just taking one more look. Okay. Yeah. So Maxathon, you're hitting on a dilemma that I'm having right now. So how do we want to approach this? You could lean more into discard, but oh, okay. And King Cow, you have an aggro version already. So this one we really want to focus on the idea of like this trash for treasure effect where we're cheating like a big artifact on the board, and then you know going back and forth and back and forth, that kind of thing. Because I like that idea. Yeah, you would recommend just Goria here, Astrals. Okay. Um. Well, one, I get to talk about weird old cards. Are you have you considered Library of Lang for this deck? It's a 1-mana artifact, so it gets Kaled. But also lets you hang on to the cards that you want. Because like you don't want to be pitching a lot of these instant sorceries. All right, and we're not running Goblin Engineer here, which is like a weaker version by a lot of Goblin Welder and Duretti. But I think the fact that it tutors something like to your graveyard. Like Monument to Endurance. And Engineer is considering, well, all right, we probably should look at this considering. Okay. All right, and we're trying to not do this, right? We don't want Staxy stuff. All right, well, I would absolutely be running Goblin Engineer here. 100%. Also Gargoyle. Mean. King Cow, thank you. I really appreciate you bringing people into the community here. This is very cute. I think this is worth it. It's like it just does everything that you want. You can bring it back with Kayla. It's a beater. You're likely to have 8 cards in your graveyard after like 2 activations of Kayla or 1 activation and you've played some Magic. Like I really like this card here in this deck. And then you all just should be playing Ragavan. you all should be playing Ragavan, especially if you have a deck that is able to cycle through cards like Kayla is, because like, of course this card is worse when you draw it late in the game, but it's still playable late in the game if you can get in on somebody, and then Kayla can just pitch it for other things if you don't need it. So definitely. Um, Guide of Souls. Why Guide of Souls here? Like, I guess if we bring back creatures with this, it does give us a number of ETBs. But I feel like the card is generically powerful. I don't think I would be upset to have it here, but this is definitely a Marvin deck. 2-cost artifact. Also gives you a second Kayla activation. Also has all of these other abilities. You have so many activated abilities here. Marvin is great. Would you prefer that I actually make the adjustments to this deck list, King Cow, or do you want to just for me to keep my suggestions in like the sideboard? Because we'll make some cuts. Okay. Are we doing crimes with Squee here? I mean, like, if I'm gonna be real, it probably gets cut. It's a very cute card. But I don't think we get the value that we want out of it. But I'm gonna go for ads first, and then I'm gonna go through a round of cuts. Battle Mage's Bracers. Now that's a good thought, because we're already running Illusionist Bracers. Might as well also do this. The haste is relevant because if we have this on board already, we can like, sometimes it's just like late game, you have a bunch of mana, you can slam Queen Kayla and then also equip and activate. Mesmeric Orb was also in here. I don't think that it needs it. I don't think that it needs it. Really? Scrap Trawler and Mirror Retriever were getting too much hate? Like, they're very good here, but I feel like those would not be cards where I'm like, must die. Oh, the orb. Yeah, yeah, that for sure. I don't think it does enough for this deck to warrant the hate that it would get. Um. All right. Okay. You know what? Since my brain's on it right now, I am gonna do some cuts first. It'll help me to figure out where to focus for the ads. I think we can cut this. Cut a deal. Our card advantage is in Queen Kayla. I think that spell is pretty mid. Um, let's see. I like the idea for the Divine Reckoning, but I think I don't think it does enough here. And man, it feels bad if you have to cast this for 7. Yeah, I think the idea for the card advantage is fine, but I think there are better options for how to accomplish that. The Change of Fortune is very cute, but I think the amount of mana that we need to have this do what we want is too much. Seems fine. Oh, this is a cute interaction. Like for a moment, I was like, "Why is this here?" Oh, because when you pitch your hand to Kayla, then you'll draw an extra. You'll draw an extra card. I Yeah. How do I feel about Zerda? I think you're okay. I think what you should do, I think we should plan for Zerda to be in the deck and then make other ads considering that. Because if we find a slightly more readable version of this Zerda, so you reduce the cost of your activated abilities by 2, but it can't go to less than 1. So that's great for Queen Kayla. And there's a handful of other cards in this deck that this would benefit. Having Feldon activate for 1 is crazy. Even the cycling on like Angel of Ruins, that gets reduced down to 1. So like Peter Parker's camera activates for 1, currency converter activates for 1, and then the equips also count. So this would be reduced to 1. This would be reduced to 1. Like it's solid, and I think we should adjust more cards to make it even better here. Are you running back? You're not running Bag of Holding. I don't know that it's. It's a combo and a non-bow. You would definitely have to be careful. Because the way that Queen Kayla works, it's all one ability. Bag of Holding is a triggered ability, not a replacement effect to exile those cards when you discard them. So you discard the cards to Queen Kayla, you still get to return the stuff, and then anything that she didn't return goes into the bag. Great because you can sacrifice it later to return those all to your hand. Bad because they don't end up in your graveyard, so it's harder to reanimate. So I would still run this. Yeah, it doesn't give you the option to not exile. I would still run this, but it's not like an auto slam turn one. You look at your hand and you go, can I use this effectively? Because it represents very good card advantage if you can. And is a thing that can be brought with Kayla. It's yeah, I think you should run this card. You just will have to do some thinkies about it when you play it. Do I get to... Oh, how many... 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16, 21. I made a video about this somewhat recently, where pre-war formal wear is one of the only cards that can bring back something from the graveyard with an equal mana value to itself, and it just so happens to sit exactly in the range that we want. It's a 3 mana artifact and brings back a creature. Doesn't have to be an artifact. So like sometimes I assume you're looking at a hand with Kayla that's like, here's some stuff I'd like to discard. Also, I don't want to get rid of this Goblin Welder. I don't know why you haven't cast the Goblin Welder, but now you can just pitch the whole thing. Oh yeah, Red, I believe you had said something about hovership. Yeah, because I think the ideal here, especially since you're aiming for bracket 2 or bracket 3, is to really lean into the synergy of the deck. So we should be trying to replace effects that are like okay but don't do exactly what we want with things that are within that window. Three mana artifact that hits a creature. This certainly helps to slow down the green players. But how do we get you faster? Double down on a coveted jewel. So yeah, you bring it back and then you sack it. I can be on board with that. I guess I haven't really thought about our big targets as much yet. Also, this is just a fun card. Oh, Bombardiers is excellent. So we just talked about this this card last stream. I think this is really strong. and I'm surprised people are not playing this more. So all you have to do is swing with it, and then you unlock the ability to sack a creature or artifact, deal damage equal to its cost +2 to any target. So like this can just like start shooting down opponents' creatures. This can hit planeswalkers, or this can go face to finish a game out. It also comes back with pre-war formal wear. Ooh. Curse Mirror. Was this mentioned already, or was it Mirage Mirror that was mentioned? But Curse Mirror I would definitely be playing in this deck. Yeah, like Mirage Mirror is a card that I really like, but I think Curse Mirror is I think Curse Mirror works better in here, especially since we are trying to keep up with certain things. What's this Cathar Commando here for? I know somebody's going to say like, "Oh, to destroy artifacts and enchantments," but I don't think I'm missing a thing here. I think this is yeah, generic removal. Yeah, get it out of here. Get it out of here. We can replace that with better. Personally, I would be off of Marauding Mako here. This is cute, super cute. But a creature that grows large and that's it is usually not worth it, especially since we can't bring this back with Kayla. I would rather that slot be something that synergizes or that does a stronger thing. Made fast start some. Yeah, but I don't think it makes it fast enough to compensate for the thing that you're trying to do. Yeah, definitely Lauren over Cathar Commando, but I don't. I just want to say that it like. I think going huge is the goal here. We're trying to bring back a really large artifact. Scrap mastery. Oh, that's the fixed version of this, right? Or is that no? That's the full sweep. Yeah. No, that's the living end or living death. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. You should be playing this. And I think these are fine, but we definitely can be doing better. It's already in there? No. I just put it in there. So I'm looking at our artifact creatures right now. See what our like ideal top end is. Oh my god, Aladdin's Ring. Don't recommend that to anybody. It's wondrous. This is a cool budget one that I like. Protects your stuff and helps you to like also continue to bring big things out of the graveyard. I do think you cut this Mindslaver because even though it's like one, people hate that, and two, it doesn't do enough for you to be committing that much mana to it. Oh, thank you for bringing up board wipes. Why don't we stick our board wipe on a big old artifact? This seems great. Crucible? No. I mean, Crucible. You weld the Crucible. You weld the Crucible into play, and then it continues to accentuate your plan. But yeah, Battleship here gives you a board wipe and hits a non-creature permanent and allows you to do the weld thing if you need to do it. Seems like a cool deck for Metalwork Colossus. A lot of non-creature artifacts. It also brings itself back out of the graveyard. I'm gonna come back to this because it's still just large creature, and that is not the most helpful. I would cut down to one of these effects. You only need the one, and really, if your plan is going like right, then you have like a split of artifacts in graveyard and on the board. And overall, this kind of thing is stronger in other decks because all your stuff should be split between stuff that costs 1 through 3 and then just the big stuff. And for the most part, these like we care about the big stuff. Yeah, I think Surly is the only 4, and I think even like some of this stuff, like we went top end. Best version of what, Nerd Girl? I think I would cut this Triniform, because it's just bodies. The triplicate Titan is significantly better. I think I'm already off of the Colossus. Yeah, I do really think people should be playing more Fable. But if that was on a creature itself, then I'd be like, absolutely send it. It may be good enough anyway. I think also the Battlesphere just doesn't do enough. Like you can accumulate 1/1s, but I think we are looking for bigger things than that. I think I'm also off of the Combustible Gearhawk. Because if that's our one of our big slots, then we might as well just go bigger. What is Greaves for? I guess Greaves gives us Hasted Duretti is very good. Hasted Sun Titan is good. guess it allows you to use these tap abilities right away. Because like I don't, I if it's just for Kayla, then the Greaves are bad. But there's probably enough here that makes it okay. Because like if I have an opponent that's spending resources to kill Kayla, then that's great. Oh, you wanna combo? So let's talk about Thornbite Staff. So when a creature dies, you untap this creature, which is the relevant thing on this card. Nobody cares about anything else that this card does. So if you attach this to Goblin Welder, then you you exchange a creature in on your board and on the in the graveyard, and then it'll just untap itself. And since the ability is free, you can then do this as many times as you want. You have to decide though: is this a thing that is reasonable in the deck you're trying to make? Because that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And like this does have other utility. You can like you could put this on Kayla if you have a bunch of mana. You can also do a similar thing to this with you have Scrap Welder. This does not infinite because it always has mana value less, but it does do a bunch of stuff. Untapping Oswald Fiddlebender is very good. So that is a thing that you will have to judge. If you want this to go up to bracket 3, definitely run it. Yeah. I'll put it in the sideboard. Crucible Worlds is fine. I would not run it here. Because you don't have anything allowing you extra land drops or anything. It really just reads draw a land per turn. And that doesn't do enough for you. Like you're constantly flipping your hand. So missing land drops should not be a problem. This just turns into land Phyrexian Arena. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not the action you want to take in this deck that is losing to big green Stompy. This is much more of a... The problem is keeping cards in hand. It doesn't even seem that good to me for that. It's 1 card per turn and only a land. Like I'm gonna put it in the cyber because I would not want it here, especially considering the problems that you've had with it, like the pro that you've had with the deck overall. I appreciate the trust. Because sometimes you need your stuff to do things as opposed to just value. And that is, I think, value that the deck does not need. If I could make a Kiki combo where Kiki is not the commander, what commander would it be? Hmm. Um. Well, you want. I think I'd want it to be like in Jeskai because I think those are the best. Those give you the best targets for Kiki. Trying to think if there's a good way to get to Kiki with our commander or with something. Hmm. I'd have to think about that for a moment. Jolly Balloon Man. I mean, like, yeah. Uh or like Kiki Obeka would be fun. So that you can keep tokens around while you're like as a secondary like synergy. I guess if you were like I must win with Kiki combo, you could do like Rocco as a way to tutor for the pieces that you need out of the command zone. Um you could do like Geared, the one from Thunder Junction, and just make the deck oops all Kikis. Some thoughts there. I'm I think the big struggle for this is that if you're building a deck where you're trying to sneak a big thing into play, then the big thing you're sneaking into play has to either be really early or the impact of the card has to be so high that it like drastically changes the game. And the choices we have right now don't do that because we can't sneak things out quickly. And outside of like Portal of Phyrexia, they aren't like they aren't game enders. Oh. Here's a game ender. Yeah, this seems because you're constantly grinding out like adding 1 and 2 and 3s onto the board. This gives you the thing that goes, great, I cheated this out, game's over. Or you know, at the very least, kill the player that's a problem right now. That's the kind of thing we need. Like that, or you know, board wipe. Okay. I'm gonna do some trimming. I'm gonna play test the thing, and then to get a little bit more information. I think the sad cut here is Surly Badgersaur. This is a lot of value, but it also sits in exactly the wrong spot. When we get to 4 mana, we want to be able to activate Kayla. So this has to hit on like turn late for us to start getting the value out of it, or we have to just go play Surly Badgersaur, no value, pass. You know, and the fact that it's not, we can't bring it back with Kayla, we can't bring it back with any of this artifact stuff. I love this card, but I think it just sits in the wrong spot to be effective here. Squee. Like this is free value as opposed to like Crucible, which we have to cast. All right, yeah, I think I'm happy with everything else here. I think the only reason I'm on Greaves here is that it's kind of free with Kayla. But if we didn't have a way to do it, I don't think this deck would need it. This is also slow. Because I think the other, like, The impact of bringing back our ones or twos is pretty low since we probably have them on board, and we're just not going to get to the point where it reanimates our big stuff. We're at 104. Oh yeah. I'm cutting the reconstruct history because you don't even have any instance. So like, yeah, it's decent value. Return an artifact, return an enchant. Yeah, you only have one enchantment, so it's returning an artifact and a sorcery. We also don't have a way to cheat the Sun Titan out. I mean, it does the thing that we want, but I don't think it does it at the time that we want it for the rate that we want it. I think I'm actually off Brass's Tunnel Grinder here as well. Because it's not developing our board at all. It cycles through our cards, but is not putting us up in cards. And then even if we transform it, Discover is often not going to be very good for us since the majority of the spells in this deck are small. That puts us at 101. All right, I'm going to do a playtest. I just want to see, like, because to me, this deck reads as a, like, we don't need a lot of, I don't think you need a lot of ramp. I think you just want the thing to curve out into relevant thing. All right. So we get a turn 1 mom. 2, we go Signet, currency converter. I'm in the way again. Whoop. Okay. Turn 3. I'm kind of tempted to let the reckless handling rip here. Cause like, what's the hit that we want out of this? Because we want to get this thing going. We don't have a way to reanimate something big currently. Because like, this could just be Queen Kayla. It's probably just Queen Kayla. Since we have Mother of Ruin's protection, we reasonably untap here. So this is turn 4. So if we let Queen Kayla rip right now, we get a Sensei's Divining Top. We get a pre-war formal wear with no target. So I think we actually we send a Reckless Handling. And then we're looking for... I think an artifact. This probably finds Endurance, Monument to Endurance here. I think is our best value, and if we pitch it, then Savine's Wreck can bring it back. Okay, get rid of the pre-war formal wear. This is definitely tricky because now, like, I don't know that we untap with this setup. But I'll play out this last turn because this is the point where you're like, okay, you're in great shape. You know, what could you... I guess, no, sorry. You don't play this Monument to Endurance, right? No. You play it. Okay, we just have to send this. We're discarding 3 cards, so we get full abilities on this. So we will... Oh, yeah. Oh, and the discard is right. The discard is part of the ability. So we'll get a Gold Mirror. We'll get a Sensei's Divining Top. Savine's Wreck will be in the graveyard. We draw 1, 2, 3, and then 1 more for Endurance. We have a Treasure. So then this is probably just play the Karoo. Hey, it's actual Karoo, like the original Karoo that Karoo lands are named after. Top before the Endurance? I mean, we can always just do that before our draw for the turn. Top to get +1. What? What? Hold on. I don't think I'm missing a thing here. Oh, look at 3 then. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, some of this stuff should be in this converter too. All right. One more. Ooh. I like that start. We have no white mana immediately, but I think that's okay. Karoo can only bounce and untap planes. Because we can go mountain, camera, mountain, engineer. I mean, it's just, I just think you don't, you have to keep that opening, right? Camera, engineer. What is the thing that we would like to cheat in right now? I don't mind the Karoo here. Like, it's, I wish it was something else, but it does kind of the job we're looking for. Like, I think this is just always Monument, right? So that's our Goblin Engineer on turn 2. So we go to turn 3. Ouch, still no land. But we can trade a camera for a monument. I just don't think we want to. I think we just play a Milliken and be sad. Draw Boros Garrison. All right, so this is turn 4. Okay, so we go tap Milliken, float a colorless. Hope that we hit another artifact for 3. Nope, just a mountain. Yeah, this is just an unfortunate setup. Dang. Yeah, and we just play a really sad Boros Garrison, do nothing with our floating mana. All right, if it can't do anything this turn, then that was an unfortunate like draw. 3, 4. Oof. Yeah, Robin's Princess. That's the idea. All right, one more. I think this hand is too slow. Okay, so if we keep this one. Land Skrelv. Draw. Land Bracers. Draw. Land Kayla. Draw. Land. Activate Kayla. Returning a monument and a bag. Okay, and then like I think if you untap on this turn with Queen Kayla and Monument to Endurance, you are just in incredible shape because then this you go like hmm yeah I wouldn't be worried at this point. Okay, this is informative. Warring Triad Commander, yes, it's just like it's just a great design. Like it, that's the kind of 3 mana rock that I want to be playing. Jinx, Ella, yeah, Ellie, yeah. Kayla's a very cool commander. Let's. I think the last thing that you need to do for. Hmm. I think I'm dropping Scrap Welder because this does not allow us to cheat. Man, I really don't want to cut this. Any hot synergy with Triad off the rip? That's tough because it's only you're only the deck is then only colorless. I do really like this card, but I don't think that it works here. We just don't have the like velocity of cards going into the graveyard. I got I don't I it's cool, but it's not the card is not cool if you don't ever get to do the thing with it, and I think that is the position we're in here. Um is that it just makes you sad. Uh cuz like for the cool thing to be cool, it has to also work. Yeah, you would want more basics in here and a better way to get cards into your graveyard, and I don't think you want either of those in what this deck is doing overall. I think what you should do is make a deck for your pet cards. This is what I support. Make a deck where when you play your pet card, it's guaranteed to just feel incredible. So now I'm curious because this is very interesting to tinker with. It's like Mishra here is also a consideration. It gets reanimated by, or not reanimated, but brought back with Kayla. It allows you to still have mana after an activation. And then it has like a relevant activated ability as well. Because I think the other thing that is throwing me off a little is we have so many cards that synergize with drawing and discarding, or like specifically discarding, that don't function until Kale's on the board. Like we have so many things that care about the discard or getting things into our graveyard, and if Kale is the only way to do it, then it both makes it easier for people to turn the deck off and like, yeah. I'm cutting down a couple of the pieces that like I just don't think will end up getting used as much, even though they're good in here. Like one of these things, like Thousand Year Elixir, Rings of Bright Hearth, Bracers, or Illusionist Bracers. It's probably not Illusionist Bracers. I think it's the better version of this. Things that are allowing us to do the ability more than once. Thousand Year Elixir has a nice boost because a lot of our creatures have activated abilities. It might the Rings of Bright Hearth is nice because it does like I think if you would activate an ability, so are there other things here that we care about? I think I'm cutting the Rings of Bright Hearth. Again, not because it's bad, but I think because we have enough of these effects that are letting us copy the ability and not enough like to do right when we're able to do it. What's the artifact that when it enters and dies, you make a treasure? Not Ichor Wellspring, because that's draw. It's like something idle. Prize statue. Thank you. Thank you. That, we have that, and then I don't know. Portable Hole just seems very good for this deck. Because like you can use it to eat tokens. You can like hose an early Soul Ring or something. Or sometimes it just delays like a problematic early card until you use this as sacrifice fodder later. Let's see, turn 3. We probably just do this. Flip a mountain back to hand. Play a land, so this is turn 4. Let's see, we have... So I think you go play Soul Ring, activate Queen Kayla, copy with camera. So then on round 1, you get a Greaves, a Dusk Rose Reliquary, and then I think you probably go... I don't know. The Archaeomancer's map actually is pretty solid, because now we're gonna in between activations get 2 more planes to hand. Yeah. All right. So that's like about as that's a hell of a curve out. Here we go. Draw planes, land tax. I think we can assume that we did not go first. So we got draw. Oswald seems pretty good here. Pitch Angel. Turn 3. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we'll just not worry about the land tax for that one. Here's Kayla. And then I think if we untap on this turn, we're pretty happy. Because then we go like 2, 3. These go to hand. We draw for turn. Oh, Jesus, yeah. So we go. Yeah, we pay for it. We activate. We get top, containment construct, warring triad, or Zerta. This is probably Zerta. And draw that full hand back. That's excellent. All right, let's pretend like this land tax was in here because I think I'm good for it, but that's a very similar hand. One lander's tough. All right, this hand's pretty mid. Let's see what happens here. So turn 1, let's say we make somebody very sad. We eat their soul ring. Yeah, I think you would definitely keep that the land tax hand and play it again. I just I want to do another play test without it. Right, here's an Iron Mirror. Okay. I think on this, with this layout, we go File of Galadriel and Greaves. Or maybe Shenanigans. But yeah, because then we untap on this turn. On turn 4. We've got 5 mana. If we can find a land, then we have 6. I think this just ends up being play Queen Kayla, equip Greaves, like blow up another artifact. And then on this turn, it really doesn't want us to draw lands, but we do have a good hit here. So we pitch, we get Marvin, Feldon, currency converter. Duretti goes there. We draw 4. We have a mana left. And a land drop. So land, Soul Ring. So all right, hold on. Now, all right. So we had used 1, 2, 3, 4. Played a land, played Soul Ring. So we have 3 mana right now. What's our 3 mana? Because I was like, oh, did we pitch it? If we had gotten another big artifact into the graveyard, being able to go, okay, use final 3 mana, activate like Greaves Feldon, activate Feldon, make a Duretti copy, swing with Duretti, sacrifice an artifact, reanimate something, would have been super crazy. But I think I'm still pretty fine with just like activate currency converter, also play Sensei's. Like, yeah, this seems great. All right, last playtest. I'm really enjoying this deck, and now I'm like, maybe I should build one of these. This is very slow. 1 lander. The shuffler does not like me right now. Ouch! Mountain and Karoo. We're gonna keep this as an experiment because we do have a top on turn 1. That means on turn 2 we can activate an upkeep. 2. There's not gonna be land here. Oh god! All right. I guess we take the mountain. That's not great. We draw that, play the mountain, play Peter Parker's camera, and then we're gonna have to do it again and look at one. Well, okay, I guess we can, if we say that we leave the Milliken on top here. It's not pretty. I think this is maybe greedy. Yeah, I think I would just do this, but I'd still activate the top. Look at one more card. It's a high market. Draw high market. Play high market. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good to know. That was a mistake. I think. So we'll activate top. Draw Milliken. Play Milliken. Next turn we draw top. We're still pretty sad. We like activate Milliken, mill Curse Mirror, play top. Look at 3, 1, 2, 3. Good God! Shuffler hates me. All right, I'm just kidding. We're doing one more. Planes, Esper. Somebody jams into Esper. I assume it draws a card. 2. So this can be Portable Hole and a Goblin Welder. This can be Milliken. I think because we have the Welder in hand, we probably just want the Milliken on the board. We draw on 3. We go like Milliken, mill, Monument to Endurance. Okay, well, with that knowledge, definitely we're playing a Welder. And then we're using 1, 2, 3, and we'll play Queen Kayla. And so now they have to deal with 2 things before we get to have a good turn here on turn 4. We end up here on turn 5. Yeah, because then we go float, weld, activate. We end up getting Arcane Signet is our only 2. Archaeomancer's Map is the 3. And then, either of these just depends on whatever's happening on the board. We get the full the full Monument to Endurance. Yeah. Okay, cool. Love it. Love it. I gotta build one of these babies for myself. There's the link. There's the link. I think we ended up on 100 cards. Like that feels pretty solid to me, and I don't know that you can get much more action out of bracket 2. We could certainly tune it up to bracket 3, but I think you would need a slightly different approach. I think just the thing that's holding it back from bracket 3 is that if you're trying to reanimate a big thing, the targets are just not good enough in these colors. And that means great. Bracket 2. Yeah. It's either that or you're like constantly trying to tutor for just Portal Phyrexia. Yeah. Thanks. If you couldn't tell, I enjoyed that one. That was pretty good. Okay. All right, so we built the Grinch. Now, we try and decide what to do about Yertle the Turtle. We want this to be... We want this to be fun and interesting and play with the commander. Often the strongest way to build this is pretty stacksy. But we have to figure out how it is that we're doing that. So all things enter tapped if he's tapped. All things enter untapped if he's untapped. There was the suggestion that this be gates, which I think is fine. Oh yeah, Red saying turtle cars. So if you run vehicles in this, it means you're always able to tap Arkelos so that all of your opponent's stuff comes in tapped. So that's also definitely a possibility. You know, or we could, you know, do station as well with spaceships. We could do turtles, but I don't think there's enough. I think the deck would just suck. It would be jam a bunch of turtles into the deck with no synergy. Hopefully after Ninja Turtles comes out, then this could be a turtle like typal deck, but I think Turtle Kindred just doesn't exist. There's like 2 cards period that care about turtles. We could go the shaman route. I don't know that there are things that enough things that care about shamans in a way that is interesting. Yeah, there's what? This is giving me 7 cards with the word shaman on them in these colors. Yeah. Ah, yes, Star the Princess going for lore accurate Yertle the Turtle. And yeah, we could do Butts. I feel like I feel like Butts is like the most overrepresented archetype on Decked Out. Like the number of toughness decks that you run into in the wild versus the number that have been on the show is I think significantly skewed. Dude's holding sticks. I all right, so I want to explore this because I have not tried. I had the idea, but I've not actually looked into what it would do. What can we build this as a monarch deck? Because the story of Yertle the Turtle is all about how Yertle is the king of the turtles, and then he orders all of them to stack on top of each other so he can see more or something, and then he is a jerk, and then the turtle in the bottom is finally like, I'm done with this, and burps loud and enough to topple the turtle stack, which then I think literally overthrows Yertle as the king. And the mechanic of this does help Monarch kind of. Because if all of our opponent's blockers come in tapped, it's easier for us to get Monarch. I don't know. I don't know that there's a great, like... I don't know if there's enough for us to make this work. There's 26 cards. Yeah, the courts help. And dethrone. Yeah, yeah. Remind me to check what dethrone things are available. All right. Well, I think no matter what, for the flavor, I will add some Monarch cards. Which of these actually matters to our commander? Lumberjack Shaggy. How many decks are left to build? There's never an end to the decks we must build. Eternally, we are beholden to the building of decks. A great cardboard wheel on which we run until the end of time or the end of YouTube. Huh. Okay, okay. I like the mutate idea. But like, is there another way that we could represent stacking creatures up on top of each other? Oh god. Oh no. I know what it is. I know what it is, but I don't think we can make that deck. I know exactly what the mechanic is. I don't think it's a good idea. I also don't think there's any way to for this to synergize. Does anybody have any guesses? Because the mutate bit is good. And we're in decent colors for mutate, but I don't know that there's like anything that goes with our commander at all as far as mutate goes. I also don't know that there's anything that goes with it as far as the idea that I'm thinking, but yeah. Cuz here's the struggle is like particularly with like giving a deck to like Nerd Girl or to Airball, they are going to play good Magic. And if there's no synergy with the commander, there's no reason to play the commander. So like the mutate bit is very good, but I don't like what is the how do we make that work with Arkalos? Yeah, not vehicle, not vehicle in vehicle in vehicle. Ascend's a good idea. Um, and mount is funny, but no. I'm thinking a much worse idea. If we're looking for a mechanic in which we take a bunch of creatures and we go, you are all one tall creature now. That mechanic is banding. That's what the mechanic is. There's only 10 cards. There's only 10 cards that we can put in this deck. It's like it's not enough. And also a bunch of them like well, oh, hold on. We can do banding or I guess we can just do O band, right? How many things have band on them that aren't banding or bands with? Right? Oh, 19 cards. All right, 19 cards. I think Errol would actually murder me if I handed him this deck. And it's like, oh, here, we made this representation of your favorite Dr. Seuss character. It's a banding deck. I think the problem is if there were actually enough cards to support this working, I would do it. But it's the pet card that does nothing. Oh, I wish that I wish that the banding worked. Like, I wish there was enough to actually make it function, but there's not. I should also be very careful what I wish for. All right, so let's look at the mutate cards. Because, like, these are good colors for mutate. We have 24 cards. But, like, it just has nothing to do with Arkelos. There's, like, I think one card that would do anything about enters tapped or untapped, and that's the ramp one. Yeah, Migratory Greathorn searches for basic, puts into play tapped. It's like none of this. It just doesn't. It doesn't synergize at all. Okay. So let's if we work with this idea, how do we get this to function? Because so what the deck is going to spend a lot of resources doing is mutating onto Arkelos. Right? And so then are we using the ability to like slow our opponents down? Because it doesn't like I'm with you all. I want this to work. Like it's a very fun way to represent this character. But it also like some of these things we're probably not using, and then we also have to figure out, all right, what does this deck do once Nerd Girl resolves her Swords to Plowshares and Arkelos and all of our mutate stuff is gone? Because if we can figure out those two things, then I'm down to build this. But I need a little like I need something to spark that first. Hey, hello. Finding a fourth. Thanks for the raid. We're currently trying to build a Yertle the Turtle themed Arcalos deck, and we are conflicted. I don't know if we built it as stacks. Like it's literally building a stack of turtles. We can't do stacks. Yeah, no, we're like, I don't think this has got enough to make it function. All right, we're gonna start throwing some stuff at the wall. I just want to see like, I need some inspiration. What are is it enters tapped the current text for this? Or is it enters the battlefield tapped still? Okay, it's enters tapped. Oh, I need not minus lands. Watcher in the water? Watcher in the water is kind of hot. I see you, Rob. I'm just like, I'm just doing this for like some inspiration. Yeah, but I'm like, for real though, Watcher in the Water and like Baloth Prime coming in untapped. I don't hate that. Or like playing some of these mana rocks that people don't like. Like Nyx Lotus. Oh, it is a bad example because we're in 3 colors, but wow, that is I had the same thought, King Cal. That is a name. That is a name. But hello to you, PBFP. What do we want? Hideaway still work if it enters untapped? Yes. It's fine, everyone. That is just Hammy's alt account. Must have gotten oracled. Wait, it's I don't think it's reliant on the thing entering tapped. Yeah, so I see where this can be confusing. So it says the original text is when this creature enters the battlefield tapped. When it does, look at the top. That was not a reliant on the creature entering tapped. It would have not cared about that anyway. But now the way that all of these cards are formatted is just hideaway is when it enters, and then it will have a secondary line that it is enters tapped. But yeah, what do we do with you? What do we do with you? This is what I want. Donkey Juice, yeah, we're building Arkelos with a Yertle the Turtle theme for an all Dr. Seuss pod. And I'm not going to build it as stacks, so now I don't know what to do. This is what I want. You know what? I don't care. I'm going to add this to the deck anyway, and maybe we'll come back to it and remove it, but oops, that doesn't work. Turns out you can't just randomly drag it into Mox Build and just have it know what you meant. You actually have to put it into the deck list. Cause like I think I'm happy if this deck is just like, hey, here's a bunch of stuff that's like pretty busted if it didn't come in to play tapped. But what is there? Yeah, the Enders tap mana rocks I think are the only ones, and like there's only a few of those that care. Thoughts on the World Shaper precon? Remind me which one that was. Jund Edge Return. Oh, I put out a video on that. I think that's one of the best like precons in a while, and they've been doing some good precons. It's just a strategy that's really hard to interact with. It's definitely able to go over the top. The number of actions that you can take is absurd. It is very complex and can be hard to pilot, but it's very good. Polar Kraken. And Leviathan, like I think also I if I handed Airball, hey, here's Arkelos terrible sea monsters. Oh yeah, it does have Gitrog and Dakmor. It's that combo being in the deck, I'm actually okay with more than other combos, because a lot of players that are like the players that it would confuse the most will just miss it. And the number of players that actually know how that combo works, I think like they're just unlikely to be playing against those players. How about bestow? Bestow is a good way to do it. I think we saw the same problem though of like, what does that have to do with Arkelos? The Sultate mutates do. There's only one that gives a tap ability. The Parcel Beast or whatever. Oh yeah, we'll just play Time Vault. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, you'll notice we don't run Nev's disc on the show very often either, because the play pattern that it supports is really boring, because everybody has to just slow roll everything, because the player who has the disc can just pop it whenever they want. When it comes in on tap, you just pop it. I mean, yes, you can do that, but I still think that the best thing to do is play it and leave it as a threat, and that just means that you can get that set up faster. Yeah, because this is the so when I build for the show, I do, if I can, think about who's going to be playing the decks. Like sometimes we know ahead of time. This one we know for sure everyone. We know exactly who's playing what deck. And this will be Airball playing it. He will make the strong play of put it on board, hold it up. Cue card like Winter Orb, yeah. Huh. Their favorite commander? That's impossible. Impossible. I have a very good time with Mono Red Kratos right now. What's the best? How do I put this? Okay, so I think I need this to either be create or How about that? Okay, yeah, so that'll give us the ramp. So Hojo deck's still fun. The Hojo, I've actually not played that for a little while, just because I haven't played a lot of bracket 4 games. But I really like that deck, and it did not get gimmicky for me. It's I just, I don't know, I really like the challenge of it. I really like the card. Just the only reason I haven't played is because not a lot of bracket 4. Yeah. Oh, also, hello, Mofo Silva. Hmm. What to do? Like, this can also, you can just build this as landfall, but that's also boring. Rob, the deck has evolved over time. Hmm. Ancient Adamantus, yeah. It's like meh. Sin. I mean, like, these are all cards, sure. I just, what's the theme? That's what I need. What's the theme of the deck? It's just like, it might just like, I might have to find something else for this. I did this already, right? Yeah, I did this already because we just did not have a lot of other good options. Yeah, but the Toughness Matters turtle we've already played twice on the show. Revisit Kagla and Yadaro? Maybe. We already have a Gruul, like, we already have a Gruul deck in the pod. This just ends up being large creature because you can't even use the discard effect. And we stray farther from God. This doesn't seem like a good representation of Yertle the turtle. Maybe you could do Gorex. Think that turtle would be cool. Which turtle, Schultz? There's a couple. Right. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Take out the problem. The problem with this is we just built this deck. We just built a Demir bounce like deck. Yeah, like this I could see the flavor here on this. You're stacking a bunch of creatures underneath of it. The lion turtle is terrible. That's an awful commander. Okay, so can we make Gorex hang with the pod? Because that this does I like the fact that I like that flavor justification. Playcon rides a turtle, yeah. But that's the reverse of this. Gorex. So it'd be like we are milling a bunch and then playing a cheap Gorex. I just I'm not confident that this has enough sauce. Okay. I think it'll be easier to make this function than the Yordle than Arkelos. So now let's do an assessment. Does this have an inherent advantage or disadvantage versus the pod that we have? I don't think there's any problem with Roxanne. It actually makes for an interesting foil to this one because of its death touch. This deck is going to just make very large creatures that is going to be hard to get through. I think we could do this. Tormod deck. Oh yeah, because you're removing stuff from your graveyard. Yeah, and like this deck doesn't actually care that much about like graveyard because the first cast you're only exiling 3 creatures, and then each cast after that is only 1 more creature than that. Okay. Does need to be very creature heavy for sure. So, all right, yeah. What way do we want to send this? Because we do need to make it fairly strong. Ancient Cellar Spawn. I mean, I like the Cellar Spawn anyway. Yeah, yeah. Like, so you are able to exile more than needed. Is there a way to add to this cost? Can we give this can we give this kicker or something? All right, hold on. We're getting a little weird for a moment. Stick with me. So if we can increase the cost for extra things, then we can pay for that using Gorex's cheat ability. Oh, I do like the Genji glove suggestion. Let me add that after I be sad that there's not a super weird card that does what I want. We can give it Sticker Kicker. Yeah, this does not exist. Oh yeah, and the Cellar Spawn, I do like that here. We may not end up running it if we don't have more things other than Gorex to go with it, but that general idea sounds pretty good to me. Okay. Because, like, what I want to do with this is this kind of stuff. Sacrifice, make big mana. Right? We can also run actual sacrifice here. And then do something cool. But I think those can be included in any build that we do. Phage. Yeah, I don't think unless leaves the battlefield trigger or leaves the graveyard trigger. I think that's a good place to start. Yeah, the Phage, unless it synergizes with other things in the deck. Because like with cool cards like that, especially for content, you want the possibility to be real. Even if everybody knows that Nerd Girl will have removal for it, we would need something else. I mean, yeah, okay. So are we doing? Because I think for Taval's Judgment is not a lock unless we are making the deck all about things leaving the graveyard. In that case, for sure. I mean, I don't think we've done this. I don't think we've done. I don't think we've done leaves the graveyard deck. So I'm just. Uh, I think this is a good angle for this. So let's just try and build this way. Okay, so this is the ones that we definitely want. Taval's Judgment. Oh, this is going to be annoying. All right, sorry. I'm going to move it to the other monitor just so I can drag a bunch of stuff in. Yeah, Tormod. I think Sir Conrad is just it has synergy and also is just general good card. Yeah, tortured existence. Love a good tortured existence. Yeah, Fang. Which is funny because the backside, not mono black, but identity rules are weird. This one's definitely good. Skeleton Crew, one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, make it to 2. Soul Enervation seems fine. Desecrated Tomb is a pretty decent rate for that. And I suppose Defiled Crypt is yeah. Yeah. Not Imatech and not some of these other things. I'll do Thran Vigil, but I don't know that it makes the final cut. All right, so now we consider. Oh, we need a Stinky. Definitely Stinkweed Imp for the big old Dredge 5. What, like Stitcher Supplier? Oh yeah, Ripples is great. Yeah, cemetery tampering. Yeah. Oh, again, we can play. What's the ritual? The ritual. I've been wanting to put this into a deck. Songs of the Damned. Because I think this deck is going to be kind of meh power wise, and the things that will save it are being able to produce big mana to do a lot of the thing. Oh yeah, Golgari Thug. That also returns a card from the graveyard. Profane. This returns some stuff, right? Return a creature, one creature. Also removal, also fear. Perhaps. What are my thoughts on Lotus Ring? I don't think it has a place in this deck. Some stuff to get into the graveyard easily. Oh yeah, whoever said Shriekmaw. Vampire Nighthawk. Ew. Ew. Oh. I want to. This is a perfect deck to try this out in. Foggy Swamp Visions. Exile X creature cards from graveyards, and you make a token copy of it. I don't know exactly what that will do, but it'll do something cool. Because, like, you don't get haste, which is the struggle, but... Yeah. Oh, Undead Butler. Just a nice piece for this. Mill 3. And then also returns a creature. So triggers those things. Hello, Squee. Victimize gives us a trigger and also helps to bring back some of the bigger stuff. I think we can give this deck a reanimate. Yeah, Genji Glove. Not to get too off topic right now, or to bring up this, but like one of the cards that gets brought up the most for the hybrid mana rules change is the hybrid white and red card that gives an extra combat. And they're like, okay, well, this one, white has never had this ability before. But we have this card now, so every color has a way to do this. So I don't think adding one more breaks things. To be clear, I don't think they should change the rule because it does not do enough. It's not a meaningful change at all. But the number of color pie breaks, like that, the single ones that happen, I don't think is a good argument for. Yeah, I don't think we'll be doing zombies specifically. Yeah. I guess if we're in like this idea of like the big mana deck, I'll include that as well. Overlord. Oh yeah, Overlord for sure. I don't know if we own one of these. I'm going to do a Boggart Trawler here. Not that it, because it has any impact at all, but the fact that it is a land that counts as a creature in our graveyard. Well, all right, hold on. Before I start adding too many staples here. Nyla? Oh, the this thing? It's fine. I'll come back to it. Like the bubbling muck. Stinging Study. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. I guess we do have an 8-mana commander, right? Barrowgoyf. Barrowgoyf is an excellent card. I think we do Visions of Dread. Seems good. Sacrifice draw equal to mana cost. We probably don't need that kind of effect, but the meep. When it attacks, you can sacrifice another creature. If you do, creatures you control have base power and toughness XX or X to sacrifice creature's mana value. Yes. The meep. I saw the monkey cage, but we like we only get 8, right? Yeah, we get 8 2/2s for 5 mana, which is like cute, but it also requires us to we have to go monkey cage directly into Gorex. Oh, Shadow. Deals combat damage to a player. You can sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value. Yeah, because I think since the deck is going to be creature heavy anyway, and we have a bunch of stuff that's like just making 2/2s along the way, then we're good. Oh, the Warring Triad, yeah, that is nice because it mills, it counts as a creature. Avatar of Woe, because this cares about card total in graveyards, right? 10 or more creature cards in all graveyards. Yeah, and then also has high cost. I'm down with it. Necropolis. Yeah, well, counts as a wall means this is defender, right? Although I like the card. All right, so how many things do we have that cared about mana value? Is it worth it to lean a little bit into this? So the number we have Soldevi, Cellar Spawn. I'm counting because you'll understand why in a moment. Saris, Shadow, Meep, Sacrifice, Curiosity. We're at 7. Well, what I mean is because I was counting things that cared about mana value. Because what we could be running is a bunch of stuff like this. These creatures that reduce their own cost by number of creatures in graveyard, so that we have more to feed to these kinds of cards. Like, I think this one is fine anyway, because it also cycles. Then we probably also run like there. I think there was one more card here that I thought was reasonable for that. Reckoner's Bargain. Call the Week. Call the Week is fine. Yeah, maybe I should just be looking more into this mana value thing. Oh, Ninja's Blades is funny. Is that? I don't know that we have ways to get through. It's also not a creature like that is taking up a creature slot. I'll probably end up cutting that. I don't think we want Undying on our commander because we want it to die and go back to the command zone so we can recast it and exile more cards. Oh, Volrath. Volrath. Priest of Yawgmoth only cares about artifacts, right? Or, yeah, Priest of Yawgmoth. Yeah, it's just artifacts. Hmm. All right, what are you all saying? Peregrine Beckoner? What is that? Oh, this thing. Yeah. No, I don't think we care about that effect. Delve, enters, return a creature from your card from your graveyard. Yeah. That's a lot of delve. Peregrine. Like what Peregrine? Peregrine Mask? I know it's not Dynamo. Also not this. It specifically doesn't do Commander, right? Yeah, from a legendary source that's not a Commander. Otherwise, this would get run in so many things. But yeah, let's just start now filling some spots up with what we can. I do like Afterlife. I do like Afterlife. I think this is a really strong card. I have to start. We have to fill creatures. Getting too many cool spells. We need creatures. Yeah, I think too cute on the mimic that. Is Lotleth Troll the most efficient version of that, or do we have a better version of that effect? Scourge of Neltoth seems pretty good here. Cast for 2, sack 2 of the tokens that we made. Big cost. We do have the Gravestalker in here. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Husk Burster Swarm also counts creature cards in exile, like the stuff that Gorex has done. Eternal Scourge. Oh, is that the one you cast from exile? Because then yes. That is too cute. Yeah. We don't. But I like where your head's at. Palantir. You all know me. I'm actually a Palantir hater. I don't think I just don't want that. I think this card is severely overrated. Because, like, they're never going to let you mill in this deck. The mill is already bad after, like, 3 counters or whatever. I think the only time I ever want Palantir is in decks that could not run it. Like, that just really have bad access to those effects. But yeah, I'm a Palantir hater. Corpse Connoisseur, that's the tutor thing to your graveyard, right? Do we have Gary? Yeah, we probably should run Gary. Probably should run the Soulstone too. Yeah, I do think it's like I do think it's way better than Phyrexian Arena. I'm just like, I don't run Phyrexian Arena either. Out of the Tombs, maybe Out of the Tombs. You're right. It's a good card. It's a good card for content. It's a good content card. It's got to be creatures. We can't put more non-creature spells into this. I think Scavenge Brawler is pretty great. We'll take from the graveyard value. Solanu Phyrexia also. Yes, but if somebody loses to their own Out of the Tombs, that's still entertaining. Keen Duelist. I think we're not like high mana cost enough for it to work. We just have some stuff to help to synergize more with the things we're using with Gorex. Good night, Lumberjack Shaggy. This seems like a good land for it. We did play Tormod, for sure. Arch Enemy's Charm. Nice. This just does lots of things that we like, but also returns creatures from graveyard. Kervek. How often are we criming? I don't think it's quite consistent enough. Fairy Dream Thief. This is a perfect little, like, piece for the deck, I think. Surveils. And then you can exile it from your graveyard later by itself. Oh, Radroach. I don't. Is it? I don't remember exactly what this does. This is what you're talking about, investing Radroach. Combat damage to a player, they get that many rads. Opponent mills a non-land in graveyard. You can return to your hand. Does it? I'll get back to that one. That my instinct is it's not as much as we'd want it to be. Although we should be looking, I guess, more at some stuff that we can cast out of the graveyard. Oh, I like the Fiend Bonder. Hmm. Bad Body Snatcher is a bad card, but it does have a lot of words that our deck likes. I think the card might just still be too bad. I considered Twilight Prophet, but I still think it's we don't have enough big things to count on drawing into them, but we have enough big things to count on being able to sacrifice something, especially since the sacrifice things still get us some value. But I still might put that in there. This is interesting. Illicit Masquerade. Enters, you put an imposter counter on each creature you control. When a creature you control with an imposter counter on it dies, exile it. Return up to one other target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. This even works with tokens because it's not reliant on you exiling the thing to return something. I'm very interested. Metamorphosis Fanatic. That's the reanimate miracle, right? I think that card would be pretty fine in this deck. Soul of Innistrad. I wish this did a little bit more, or the ability costs a little less. Junji's pretty solid. I think Disciple of Bolus is already in here. Is it not? Is it not? Oh, where it's that creature's power. I mean, this is still okay. I think I'm more concerned about mana value. Oh, Dawn of the Dead is one of, like, this is a personal favorite. It's just so slow. 5 mana, then wait till your upkeep. But, like, getting a reanimate every turn, like, as long as you sacrifice it, you can continue to reanimate that creature and over. But I think it's too slow. Right now, we are building a Gorex deck that is theoretically Yertle the Turtle themed. Icarid. Do we actually have a use for you? Do we have enough sacrifice outlets for this to be worth it? Because this card's cool. Because you exile black creature, return it to the battlefield, then you can sacrifice it to something, or otherwise it sacrifices itself. But we have to have reasonable sack outlets for it. Like we've added these things. We probably do. I like the I like it. Decaying soil is also cool. At your upkeep, you exile a card from your graveyard. Great triggers, we like that. And then Threshold, which we should have all the time. When a non-token creature is put in your graveyard from play, you can pay 1 to return it to your hand. So that's like 2 triggers of our graveyard things. And it, yeah, let's see. Hmm. Now I think we're getting down into the garbage. We are at 62 cards right now. I'm going to trim some of the non-creatures out of this because we also haven't added like staples in and stuff. I think the Ninja Blades is a bad idea. This is a fine idea, but I think it does not quite do enough for us. I think this. That's tricky. The Thran Vigil I'm not totally sold on. Don't think we're doing this. Oh, I don't know why. Yeah, why did Disciple Bolus go into the sideboard? That's oh, cause it's power. It's also not repeatable. I think if I wanted that effect, I would run Shadowheart instead. I'm not against that. Like maybe we will. I think Red Roach is fine, but all right, yeah, let me fill in some spots here. This deck's weird. I like it. I think we need a good like what's a juicy reanimate target? It doesn't have to synergize It doesn't have to synergize with this, but I think ideally it should. And then King Cow, I think it'd be more on the Black Sun as opposed to Cloud Kill, because Cloud Kill will just kill everything. And it's 6 mana, so it's gonna be harder for us to rebuild. Although this is like a big mana kind of deck. I think we do need much more creatures than this. Yeah, I think this doesn't do enough for us. This probably also doesn't do enough. I don't know. I think the number of instances that this will be is relevant. This might be too cute. I don't know, because we have to... The only way that we can target stuff is if we waterbend. This is very difficult. But see, that's the thing, is Hoarding Broodlord is not a payoff. Like, it's a good reanimate target, but it's not a good payoff. It's just big creature. I'm looking for the end game creature, something like Valgavoth, where you're like, this does the thing. Broodlord is just, I'm large and I will find a thing. I think I gotta take out some of these things that... Some stuff that was too cute. Sign of Darkness. Oh, what a classic. Gary is boring. Gary is a boring target. We probably do it, but I think this is very good here. I think the Decaying Soil is not enough. It requires you to have a significant graveyard already to do anything, which, like, we should be able to do, but it requires... It's so much setup. Have Threshold and creatures that are dying and mana. Is Milliken in here? It is not. We probably like Milliken over generic rock. We cut to Soulstone for Milliken. I think we probably leave this in here. Maybe we cut the Dark Ritual, because the other rituals are more interesting. Well, original Shieldred, that's a good thought. Because the reanimation triggers all of our stuff. Whispering one, right? Balthor. What a throwback. Because this is exile it and pay 3. Each player returns all black and red creatures. That's tough. I think we don't necessarily need a mass reanimate kind of thing, and this does help every deck except for this one. I'd like to swap like at least 3 more cards out. I think I'm cutting the Bubbling Muck. Because it's not really a big mana deck. It's just we can crunch some creatures for big mana. And hopefully I can fill this with like not a lot of utility swamps. Now you can always just, find Urborg. But then we have to find Urborg. Need more like little creatures for this. Oh, Gnawing Vermin, that's playable. Mill us for 2 and tiny removal. Yeah, all roads lead to Bahamut, don't they? It's like it's almost there. Yeah, I guess my Triton is fine here. I wish it milled just a little bit more or something. I'm gonna start filling in the lands while we think. That is very spelled wrong. Oh, definitely Crypt of Agadim. Priest of Forgotten Gods. I don't know that we'll consistently have the creatures, like the sackable creatures, until we're more set up. Like I think we could play it here, but I do love a good braids. I do love a good braids. Oh, Phyrexian Tower. Lazatep Quarry. This is the. Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. Dune Yard is regenerate if we are not ready for our stuff to die yet. Oh, actually, this is the deck that should have Aghadim's Awakening. I think because it was in here, right? Yeah, we don't need this here. right, let me see. Donkey juice. Yes, yes, it's already been recommended for sure. Blood pet. Blood pet. Now you're talking. Maybe blood pet. Oh. Definitely the station land. Fleshbag effects. We have like one. Oh, we have enough good zombies in this. I think we could run an unholy grotto, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't think we're I don't think we're doing enough with Ayara. Enough sacrifice effects that a Malakir is pretty reasonable here. $34.38. We can. I'm considering allowing a Volrath stronghold in here. It's it's a little pricey. I'm my only worry here is that is there a thing in this deck that gets looped and then is not fun? But I don't think so. Yeah. We're not really on like a sacrifice theme. We just have some cards that are able to sacrifice our bigger things. Yeah, phalanx, that's true of that. But the beauty of building for a pod is knowing what our opponents are doing. And none of our opponents are going wide. So the card would sit and rot. I think I'm good with like just an Ornithopter Paradise here to round it out. Let's just take a look, see how this plays. And then let's see, can we get a better hand? All right, yeah, I like this because we can go turn 1, Tomb Fortress, turn 2. I should just cycle this anyway. There we go. Turn 2, we like a Curse Marauder or whatever people have put out. Turn 3. Man, we were very close to like having enough creatures to play Gorex now. Yeah, this is probably just Barrogoyf because card's crazy. Crazy good. Draw. So now this is turn 4. We swing a Barrogoyf. Like, we're probably, let's just assume we deal only like 2. There's mill Soulstone, mill the Meep, return the Meep to hand. Let's see. We can either Shriekmaw something for our 3rd creature, or we can just Undead Butler. We'll just Butler. 1, 2, 3. Cast Goreclaw for 2 mana. Exiling our 3 creatures. 1, 2, 3. I think this is a good start. All right, cool. Let's try it again. Sure. If we go turn 1, Swamp, Cycle Troll of Khazad-dûm. Turn 2, Shriekmaw something. Turn 3, we either out of the tombs or cemetery tampering. Let's say it went out of the tombs. That way on turn 4, we mill 2, 1, 2. That's so sad. I like those cards. If one of those had been a creature, play Gorex for 2. That's so sad. I don't know. I think I just mill more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put that there. Put these on the bottom. I think this deck, I think this is functioning fine. All right. I think I'm going to leave that there for now. It's been a long stream, and I still got stuff to do. So here is where I shall leave you. I will be back on bright and early tomorrow morning for Lorwyn early access. So I will see you all then.